Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is it is Thursday, May 14th, and that means it is time for a stream, particularly one I've been looking forward to for a while. Um Wherein I'm going to show off the stuff I've been working on the last month in Godot, my first month in Godot specifically. Um Long story short, about a little over a month ago, I got some bad news at work, insofar as I wouldn't have a work for very much longer, layoffs and all that. And once I started looking around and realizing how dry and just unresponsive the job market was, I said, okay, well, I'm not going to be busy with interviews then, pretty much, so I might as well make myself busy some other way. And, well, I figured, let's learn Godot. I've been kind of curious about that whole space, this whole space for a while. And as a software engineer of the last, I've been working in software for the last 12 years professionally. Um, and also doing things like I do the Mario Maker, so I got the chops for level design. I think by this point, at least I would say so. Maybe y'all would say so too. I have a lot of likes, in the Mario Maker. My levels are very well liked. I figured like, okay, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to learn Godot. I'd like to, you know, get into that, figure that all out, see what I can make in the time that I have. And I've said before, I've been saying that like, oh, if this all if like this could lead to something, if this could go somewhere nice, I would like that. If this could be a new thing, an avenue, I would like that. And basically, I have until the job market recovers to prove it, I guess, or whatever happens to see what happens. Anyway, all that to say, I've got into Godot and I've been working on it for the last month. This stream, I'm going to show off the project that I've made over that last month, as well as the first one that I started with, as well as I actually do have a older project from like 12 years ago from like college that I would also like to show off, just in so far as like at the end or something, just in so much as like, to sort of cap off my thoughts and sort of like I have some thoughts about that, about like, making some stuff in high school and college and then basically just doing boring corporate work for the last 12 years and now turning around going like, okay, you know what? Maybe time to shoot the shot. Maybe it's time now after so long, after so long. Um for those watching the VOD, take note that there will be timestamps all over. There'll be timestamps for all of these particular segments, whether you want to just see this Earthbound based fan game thing that I've spent the last month making, which I will say I will make available somehow within the next few days. I need to figure out like, where do you put that? I've heard itch, you just put it on itch. Can I make the source code open source, or is the fact that like so much of it is like Earthbound sprites and Earthbound music, is that a problem? I don't know details there. Please let me know like what I if I can, and if I can't, oh oops, okay, well, too bad. And if I can, I would love to let you pour over the source code. um so that's what we're gonna do tonight. I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be interesting. I think it's gonna be good. Um, it's been a fun month of working on this, a whole fucking bunch, and I'm looking forward now to the next project, and also to seeing like if people like this one. Let's start. Let's start by actually taking a step back and just start where I started, actually. Because really, I didn't actually start with the Earthbound idea. Instead, I started just noodling a little bit. I started noodling in a different project, which was sort of more of a 2D platformer, just like sort of building things out one thing at a time, adding a jump, adding a run button to make it so that you could run faster, making the jump be a little floaty, messing with the parameters so that the jump would be more or less floaty, making jump through platforms work, which turned out to be fairly fucking easy. Like I was kind of surprised, like how effortless the Godot makes jump through platforms as well as slopes. Makes it dead simple. Though I made it hard for myself with with this random debris of splatter just to of like a terrain splatter just to like test out the basics of running around and getting a feel for all of that. This I don't have a reset button on this. I maybe messed around with this for like a week, and a lot of that time, honestly, was spent changing it over from. Initially, I just did it with with like a very basic, just like one sprint for all the activities. Also, you can see I can sort of stand on the side of some of these semi-solids. I don't know how you fix that, but didn't get around to working it out. Also, I can jump onto the side. Isn't that something? Anyway, didn't quite get to that far before I started feeling a little bit. It was getting a little bit messy, getting a little bit out of hand. In particular, I'll say that I started just noodling, and I started watching some YouTube, as you do, some tutorial videos, some like details about Godot, and one thing I was particularly inspired by was this video right here, which basically said like, yo, hey, this video by this dude here, which said like, hey, you should use state machines for all your crap. Make it so that every discrete state that the player can be is a separate script, and that way that all the walking logic is in one place, all the falling logic is in another place, all your whatever, all the states have their own different parts, and I went and used this particular dude's tutorials to actually implement it the first time, and I can show that. I can show that. Hey Chard, how's it going? And I'll say, like, this state machine bullshit made it very easy to do things that, like, add, like, a jump buffer, and also do things like coyote time, just make it so that you enter a coyote state after leaving a platform, and then, a timer starts, or actually, I'll say, like, whenever I was implementing a timer, I just made a variable that counts down based on the delta. I don't know if that's the best way to do so. I eventually saw that there is a timer you can do independent of that, but just setting a variable seems to work just fine. So I don't know. It made it easy to do things like coyote time and some other business, and made for some moderately cleaner code, but I was a little unsatisfied with the implementation I found from this dude's tutorial. In particular, watching this dude's video, it was clear that like his state machines had things like being able to set the animation from the state machine just as like a property, an exported property. I'll say, by the way, as far as like my favorite thing about Godot so far, the exported property thing is pretty cool. The fact that you can just let me show you. Let's just in this script here, the fact that you can have on the player. Oh, I guess there's no exported properties on my player. What the hell? This is, again, this was the first thing that I started with. Spent maybe a week on this before going, okay, I don't want to, let's not just build out aimlessly here. Let's make something of a discrete size. The export thing allows you to have variables that you set not in the script, but instead in the side here, in the inspector. It's pretty nice. And right, that was another thing about this state machine. So there was two things about this state machine that I found really unsatisfactory. One was that it wasn't like node based. You had to sort of set the states in like the code itself. Or God, I forget where actually. Where the hell? Okay, here. Dictionary. It goes through state, get parent name, for states in a net state. So the parent, this script has these states on it. Okay, so this is how the state machine was set up based on this dude's tutorial, which I find to be too much work. Much better to have a state class and have it be like, like this, like a bunch of children on a state machine. That was what I was looking for. And I was also looking for things like inheriting or just having an animation that you set from the state level rather than having to like go into the code, let's say the idling code here, and play idle. I didn't want to have to do it like this. Instead, I wanted to just have it be an exported variable that could be done nice and clean. So as I was looking at this and staring and just thinking, I realized that I wanted to restart. I wanted to redo this whole state machine situation and start from scratch. And with that in mind, I didn't want to just do it with the same project and just be, just be continuing from there. Instead, I wanted to do something new and different, and that's where we get to the Earthbound thing. All right, this is the time in the time. This is where a timestamp goes, where I say, "Hey, here's the Earthbound thing." So, at this point, oh wait, let me take this down a little bit. Whoops, I forgot the image was still up. So after finding that initial state machine to be unsatisfactory, I decided to restart, and this time I decided to restart a new project with a new state machine implementation, which I heavily based on the attached open source code from this dude's state machine video, which did include things like being able to let me pull up Nest real fast for an example of what the state machines look like. Did include things like being able to put the states as children on the state machine, and include things such as animation name and other bespoke properties. You'll see there's actually more than just that state. And I started over building this, an Earthbound Fangame. Let's tell you what, rather than going into the code and futzing around there, let's just play a whole bunch of it, and I'll talk about it as I do so. So, this is it. This is the Earthbound Fangame that I've been working on for the last month. First month of Godot. Basically, when I thought about what I wanted to do after the first project, I decided to restart and pull the plug on it and start fresh with a fresh slate. I decided to do something that I could do in like 1 month. Not a very long time at all, and something that would be quick and finished within that amount of time. And what I decided on was to remake a project I did way back, like 15 years ago in high school, which was not even in an engine really, but was instead in basically a Java for loop that could display images and move them around a bit, wherein I had figured out how to make a pretty damn elaborate Earthbound Fangame, and I decided to remake it to a much bigger degree, to a much larger degree, much more robust, much more elaborate. The original had, like, I think 3 enemies. This has 12. 12 different enemies that are added to the game randomly. Every 10 kills, either one is added or one is taken away. And if one is taken away, it spawns like a whole bunch of that one being removed. So there's sort of an ebb and flow to the thing. They all have different behavior. different health, different attack, different values, and you can use all of Ness's attacks here, he has 3, to deal with them. First off, there's the bat, which is pretty self-explanatory. It knocks dudes back with a big knockback and does pretty significant damage. Second is the yo-yo, which you can do in all 8 cardinal directions, and if you do 3 of them, it spreads out in a nice, they spread out a little bit, as you can see, and then they return to you. They do less damage, but still a whole bunch of damage. Then there is the third, which is PK Flash, which works a little bit like in Smash Brothers insofar as you can guide it, and it stuns dudes, makes them all strange, makes them go in circles, and then if you hit them, it does double damage. And that double damage plus the damage that the PK Flash does is enough to kill any enemy. Any enemy that moves. Any enemy, period, really. So it's a really good finisher, though it costs PP, which you get by hitting enemies. Whew, that sums it up. Things get more intense as it goes, and like I said, every 10 kills, as you can see, it's tracked on the side there. Enemies defeated. There is a rolling health, so, as you are, taking damage, if you take fail damage, you have until, you hit 0 before you actually game over. Yeah, that about sums up, the whole thing. It's a high score based, you go until you die, and enemies randomly drop health, and, it's pretty challenging, it's pretty hectic. Obviously, most of the assets come from, actual Earthbound, with a few exceptions, things I drew myself. I can tell you which things, oh, I have really low health, I should be careful. There's a couple of things like the baseballs they're throwing, the pitchers are throwing. Those I drew those myself. You can hit the baseballs back and they do extra damage to the pitchers, so, oh, I just took fatal health. 91. That's currently not that's not enough for a high score, so we won't see the high score entry system, but when you die, a high score screen comes up, and if you've placed on it, you get to enter your name with the previous name that you entered being saved, and it's a whole thing. Oh. Let's do that again. Let's keep going. I'll talk maybe about specific enemies and all that, and their specific behaviors. And, we'll just, go. This looks more fun than many arcade games. Yeah, I like it. I'll say, as a thing that I made back in high school, well, a severely upgraded version of a thing that I made back in high school that was lost to time, I'm really satisfied with this. And really happy that, this exists again, in so many words. That, I'm able to play it again, straight up. Mind you, it is a little different, but, it's not that much different other than, being bigger, having more, effects. I'm pretty sure I did not have screen shake, sound effects. I don't know if I had music. The thing where enemies flash when they're in the invulnerable state, didn't have that for sure. The rolling health, I'm almost definite sure I did not implement rolling health. That was really hard to figure out, and I'm sure that like I said, the original thing was just basically a Java for loop. That was given to us as an assignment to do, make a game at the end of, programming 1, in high school, And with that for loop, I did some real soul searching and some real thinking, and I figured out, okay, so It's just a thing that can display images based on, like, where they are in an array. But then I can have another array that is just like, you know, index 1, index 2, index 1, index 2. And that can be animation. You know, I figured out how to do animation. No one told me how to do that in high school. I poured over like a whole bit of loose leaf paper that had like all the pictures that I needed, and I was like, okay, it's gonna be 1 2 1 2, then this one's 3 4, then this one's 5 6, and you know, just working out all the fucking fiddly details. There are a lot of bears right now. So let's get them all nice and killed. Whenever there's enemies clumping up like that, you can just really go to town and eliminate all of them at once. Pretty good. I'm really happy that this exists again, and you know, I'm very curious, like, if other people will be able to handle it difficulty-wise. I'm really wondering if it's well-tuned as far as that all goes. But I'll say, for my purposes and in my personal testing, it's been a lot of fun to just, like, go for high score runs. I'll say, I feel like I've been drawn more to this than, say, brand new game Sorrows, for instance, and that feels really weird to say. But also, it's gotta be a good sign, right? Chard in the chat was saying this was looking more fun than many arcade games, and I appreciate the compliment. I have very low health, come on. Okay. So why don't I describe some of the enemies that are on screen? Maybe I should die, and I say maybe I should die. I'm about to die. No, I'm not. I'm gonna grab that health. I'm going to live. Let's see if we can get to 100. At 100, some more advanced enemies start showing up. So, you know, so far we've seen a whole bunch, but we haven't seen, there's a number that haven't been in the rotation yet. And those start appearing at 100, at 100 kills. There's 5 advanced enemies, 7 not advanced enemies, including 2 that start out, so basically it goes through and adds 5, and then after that it starts adding the tougher ones, as well as ones that got removed. Like I said, the composition of enemies sort of like randomly shifts around, and you just, you know, have to deal with it. And try to do. Yes, different enemies do different damage, have different health. Some of them are tougher than others. I try to, I do feel like on some level, it's okay for some of them to be tougher than others. It's okay for some to be like, oh god, you know, I see a Starman. It's like, oh god, those guys are gonna fill up the screen with shit. My god, right before 100. We'll get a high score one of these times, one of these runs, and show off that whole thing, and such and so forth. And yeah, another run. And also there's a pause screen that will allow you to exit if you so please. Originally didn't have this because when I ran, it ran in a window, and mostly I've been doing it on my laptop that has a higher resolution than 1080. But when I brought it to my my PC here, which has 1080 default pretty much, 1080 monitors as the default here, and also we're capturing in 1080 for the stream and all that, I figured like, okay, well this actually needs the full screen, and I actually need a way other than hitting X to exit. Pro tip: make a pause screen and make it so that you can exit, because once you do it without, you'll be like, what the fuck? I can't exit. What the hell am I supposed to do? And that was a problem with the first version I just uploaded randomly to the Discord. I'll be uploading a more final version very soon. Very soon, let me say. You can ignore that version, which was like a week or two ago. Let's talk about specific enemies. So, in the original thing, I believe there were like 3 or 4. I'll say, for what it's worth, I did come back to that original high school project like the year after I did it, for like the next year, for like Comp Sci 2. And, you know, I'll say that time I did add like, I think 1 or 2 more enemies, and I forget what else. But I feel like the big lesson of that second time was it's hard to modify code where you've completely forgotten what it does, and it's not, you know, very documented and all that. It's kind of hard. It's a challenge, and that was my first time, you know, experiencing that as a youth. So pretty important, like milestone, I suppose, insofar as a coder and all that, as like a software person. So to start, the first enemy here is the cultist, you know, the guys from Happy Valley. They are just the most basic enemy that you can find. They're the ones that I just killed. They wander around aimlessly, and then they run at you at a slightly higher speed after a slight stop. They like stop before they start running. See that? See that? And they run at a pretty high speed as well. They were one of the original enemies from the original thing, and they basically worked exactly like that. So too were the crows. The crows also were from the original thing. They sweep across the screen left to right and turn around at the edges. And they only will go within a certain amount of like vertical up-down distance between the players. So like if you get too far away, they'll turn around and start going down. They'll start going down at you and being pretty threatening. We'll just talk about the enemies in the order in which they're appearing here. The bear is a sort of upgraded version of the cultist. It approaches you at a slow but persistent speed, and also like homes in a little bit. You can see it sort of following me a good deal. And also if it's too far away, it jumps to your location. Which was a fun thing to make it do. Originally didn't have that, but it was a little bit bland, a little bit like of a boring enemy, and that was when I only had 6, and they came in at like a prearranged order, so it was a pretty bad thing for them to not be all that interesting. You know, it was not great, basically. But yeah, so the next one is another jumper. This one was added pretty late. This was one of the later ones that I added to the thing. That would be the Cranky Lady. And the Cranky Lady was basically added because I wanted a second human. I wanted a second human in the lineup, and I chose the Cranky Lady. And as far as like what the Cranky Lady does, the Cranky Lady jumps in big groups. Every Cranky Lady jumps at the same time in a big coordinated thing, so they all come raining down on you in a big wave, and then they wander. Once they're down, they don't like pursue or anything. They're just, they're all about the jump. And I think they're pretty cool. The trash can just sort of hides in place for a while, and then runs at you either when you hit them or randomly after some interval, after some time. And yeah, they bounce off the wall once they hit the wall. Also, the pitcher throws balls at you, and honestly, it's pretty fucking threatening. If those balls, if there's a lot of them, too many bears, too many bears. If the balls get out of control, they can really get out of control because they're coming right for you, and they're nothing to joke about. You hit the balls back into the pitcher, and that kills them in one hit. So that's like the solution for pitchers. That's what you want to do. You want to make sure to be batting those balls. The guitar wanders and shoots off 3 notes in a direction at you when it's lined up with you, either vertically or horizontally. And it takes a time to send off its notes, and also, like, once it does, it's vulnerable to being interrupted. And if you interrupt it, it stops its cast. And also, the hitboxes are not active on those until it actually turns, until it actually fires it off. You can see, by the way, look at... Okay, it got interrupted. You can see, by the way, when it fires off, they sort of go in the other direction real quick. They sort of start going backwards for like a fraction of a second before they head in your direction. Fire off your thing. Show the folks. See? Went a little bit to the right before it went to the left. Really like that effect. The way that this works is that the longer you go, the more this escalates. Every 50, there's a higher limit of how many enemies can be on screen, or how many enemy types can be in play at once, or as far as the spawner is concerned. Also, the size, the maximum enemy count increases, and so too does, the enemy amount increases. We got to 100, so an advanced enemy has spawned in. Oh, and look at the one we got. Ha ha ha. Look at this. This is the Mimic. The Mimic looks like a present, but isn't. So, at this point, you gotta start keeping track of, like, hey, did I kill something and make a present appear there? Or is that going to fucking run at me the instant I get too close? Worth noting that, their range, their activation range increases over time, so they will get, like, impatient and come at you. I realized this because one time, like, mostly mimics spawned, and it was pretty chill because, like, you don't go near them, they don't activate, and then you got, like, you're just, like, waiting. You're just going, like, oh, you know, what up? The baseball enemies are dangerous, yeah. They're probably the toughest, both the projectile enemies, the early ones, are definitely, threats that should be, like, gone after and targeted down in so many words. That's a present. That's a present. I think I can... Good to use your PP. It can be hard to get a moment to, like, be able to cast it freely. We're about to get, I believe, the next set of them. So, like I said, when an enemy is taken out of rotation, they spawns a bunch of enemies of their kind in their wake. So, things can get real out of control if you're not paying attention to that. Like, right now, we have a lot of the cranky ladies. I'm betting that's a surge, so I'm gonna start, like, trying to target them down. The cranky ladies are also really vulnerable to being, PK'd flash because they all clump up real nice and good. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more cranky ladies, so I think those were, surged in. Gotta be careful about that and make sure you're taking out, big numbers of dudes. We got, like, at 150, we're gonna get another new enemy. What do we got? What do we got? What's the next one that I get to talk about, that I get to show? Where? Keep an eye out for anything new. Cars! Here come the cars. The cars move in orthogonal lines. They're a little slow to turn, though, so you want to you know, confuse them a little bit and make them, come at you in, like, diagonally, and then you can get them with, like, a PK flash or otherwise, slow them down a bit. Oh, Mr. fucking Starman is here. Mr. Starman? Starman. These guys are fucking a threat. These guys cast big, huge PK freeze at you, and, suffice to say, PK freezes... Oh my god, that's too many cars. That must be a surge. I can get rid of them all at once. Very good, and I can get all these presents and get back up to full. Oh, that's what we want to see. Starman is vulnerable to being interrupted, just like the guitar. What you want to do with the Starman is when they're casting, get in on them, or dodge the cast. And then, Yo-Yo is really good for, stopping them in their tracks and, otherwise buying you some time. As things escalate and there's more bigger surges and stuff, the speed of the game does, you know, you'll be killing more dudes, and you'll be getting more points, and, you'll be getting more health items as well. There's like a general flow to just, like, as this, goes on, it gets more and more intense. Honestly, it does get to the point where you can kind of feel pretty confident that you'll be able to find healing items, you know, before you die. Ooh, here's the next one, which is this fella here, the UFO, which is sort of like the crow, except it leaves shocky electric things in its wake, and that's how it does most of its damage. It is also really weak. It is the weakest enemy in the game, can be taken out with a single yo-yo. Any attack will kill the UFO. But also, it's just, you know, filling the screen up with danger, so you gotta, like, watch out and shit. We definitely got a high score. I will say, by the way that this game works, you know, the limit of the amount of enemies in play increases 1 every 50. That means that around 450, everything will be in play. I don't think I've done that since I implemented high scores. So, let's see how high we can get. Oh god, we're at 60. We're really low. Is there anything else we haven't talked about here on screen? There's a couple more advanced enemies who haven't shown themselves yet. That's a lot of garbage cans. And a lot of health, let's go! I want to hold on until I get the last few enemies. There's just a few more advanced enemies to talk about. How many? How many have we talked about? How many more are there? I can't keep count. Oh, and the Starmen, I didn't mention earlier, but the Starmen teleports. That's the sort of thing they do in game. They teleport to a random location. They do that here as well. Kind of their whole gimmick. That makes them very flighty and evasive and annoying. You gotta hunt them down when you got them. Pictures 2. Buzzards! Or rather, the balding eagle from Mother 3. The guitar is also from Mother 3. The balding eagle is like a tank version of the crow. Has very similar behavior to the crow, except sharper angles, like more comes in at like, you know, steeper angles when it's going left and right. I'm really low. I need all these healths, all these healing items here. Yes. The buzzard is like an advanced version of the, advanced, tankier version of the bird. Also, I believe, like, does more damage as well. Again, these are the later game enemies. They're allowed to be tougher than the early game enemies. Overall, on average. So you can see these guys, they're a little bit easier to dodge because they move up and down less and more just generally left and right. But they're threatening. How hard would it be to alter an enemy's chance of spawning? Right now, it's equally weighted between the types. The thing is, I suppose it would be possible to modify, probably like an hour's work, 30 minutes maybe. It would be a big change, and I would have to think about how to set that per enemy, but I could definitely do that. I would just need to set a weight for every, every type. I would set a weight for every enemy type, and then I would have it, like, multiply the weights of all the enemies that are currently in play, and then, you know, use that to determine their starting index and their, you know, where in the random thing they should be, in the random distribution they should be. I would say that would take maybe an hour. I would say it would be that hard. Maybe less, maybe less. Do we want to do that as, like, a segment? Would y'all want to see me just code a, weighting distribution? I mean, I guess there's multiple things. Like, one, I've already said that there is a bit of, hands on the scale as far as, like, which types appear first. There could also be hands on the scale as far as, like, which ones are more common, ones more in play. We're up to 330 now. These bears are definitely swarming. We need to, kill them. There's a lot of pitchers as well, a lot of those guys. It's possible they're swarming as well. Oh, that's a miss. I will say the present odds do get higher when you're really low health, and if you're literally dying, if your rolling timer is literally gone to 0, if it's literally going to 0 right now, any enemy killed will result in a present appearing. I decided to make it a little bit rigged in that respect. Things are getting real fucking intense now. I think those pictures need to be taken out. Again, you know, take out enemies that are swarming, because if you don't, they'll just be an excess of enemies that otherwise you know, they don't count against new enemies spawning, basically. So they can be a real problem if you're not aware. You sort of just have to get a sense for it, I guess. It'd be cool if there was some way to implement knowing which ones were which. How would you do that? Like, put an aura on them? I don't know. Maybe there could be some sort of special death effect for, like, a swarming enemy that isn't, counted. I'm really low. I think we might have seen everyone at this point. Been a while since we saw cars, so I think they must have exited rotation and, re-entered. I hear lethal, but I got a present right away. At a certain point, like, once you got enough dudes coming, and enough dudes to kill, you can kind of, like, keep on... You can keep your health up just from killing lots of dudes. Oh my god, look at all these starmen. They are definitely swarming. I need to, like, eliminate all of them. Look at all these crows, man. That's... looks like a swarm as well. Crows die from one PK flash, as do some other enemies like presents. Oh my god, there's so many starmen. I will say there's one annoying thing that I don't know what the deal is. Sometimes there's like a line of pixels, it looks like blue pixels next to the PK flash. I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know how you fix that. If anyone knows how to fix that. Damn! 423. I would appreciate that. Okay, so here's how how it looks when you're entering your name. It saves the previous name value, but you could definitely, like, you know, modify it, make the values go up, down. I modeled this off the rolling timer. I had to make a custom font and a custom animation for all this, and like midway after I was midway through implementing it, I realized that the original game actually did have a text entry screen that was just like a keyboard, and I said, ah, shit, wait. Well, and then I said, okay, whatever, it's fine, this is cool still, and also was a bit to figure out, like, how to do it. How to make it so that, like, when you hit A, it advances from letter to letter, and if you get to the end, it enters, or if you hit, start. There we go, we just got fourth place on this leaderboard. I put third where it's, where every enemy gets to be in play. We were so close to every enemy being in play permanently. As well as some more advanced ones when you, like, clear 1,000, clear 700, 450. I've had some real good runs of this, I'll say. Like, before the high score thing was implemented. That was one of the last things to come online. So, yeah. I'll say as far as, like, sourcing goes, most of the sprites came from Spriter's Resource. You can see there some of the credits of the people who ripped the thing. And use those to create, you know, nests and the 12 enemies, which you can now see on screen right now. I think right now we're going to just talk a little bit about, like, how it's made. You want to talk a little bit about how it's made now? Maybe we talk a little bit about, like, how it's made now, and sort of cool it a little bit for a minute on, like, round. Yes, let's talk about how it's made. So yeah, these are the 12 enemies. The lower ones are the early game enemies, and the higher ones are the late game enemies. The ones on the left were the first 6 to be executed. I don't think I said earlier when I was talking about the Providence, about how it was in, what happens if you get a high score, more than 4 digits? to do. Limit high score to 4 digits. I forgot to put a cap on that. That's I was going to, but then I didn't. 999. It can just be 4 9s. I don't know that I think if you do that, consider yourself the best ever. I feel like that would take a ridiculous amount of time. I don't currently have the number slider set up so that it can have a fifth digit. So that's where that's at. So yeah, I made the six enemies at first. The Bitcher, the blue guy, the cultist, the bird, the crow, and the Starman. I believe in the original, Starman was like the original teleporting and projectile enemy, and he was one of the original three, as well as the cultist and the bird. I think there was also once a wandering enemy that had projectiles like the pitcher in the high school version of this, in like maybe the second iteration of the high school version. I can't 100% remember. Um, as I was starting this, originally earlier on in the process, the original idea was to just do those six and then have a seventh and eighth enemy in like a boss and boss guy, which would have been Belch and would have had like projectiles of goo and maybe like flies that it summoned that would come at you in spiraling paths. And then I thought about it and realized that so much of the game is about swarms of enemies managing just insane numbers of dudes, and it didn't really make sense as far as it didn't really make sense. So instead I said, okay, let me get up to 10, and then once I get up to 10 I had two more ideas for the cranky lady, and I just threw in the balding eagle there. Also, the sound resources mostly came from Starman.net and their lovely captures of sound effects and music. Um, so yeah, that's how like all that was made. I also did some editing to like make certain things right. Like originally I wanted to make the shadow of like the Mother 3 enemies match the shadows of the Earthbound enemies. I had to do things like make the bat, which was a whole process. I sort of just drew a pixel art bat and then sort of rotated it until it looked until it looked until it looked right. Also drew things like there's the cursor. I just made it so that the animation of it going left and right was manually done pixel wise. There's like the sprites of all the enemies that I could draw from Earthbound. The guitar is there. There's where the UX came from. Used tile set for that. There's the Ness one, which I did draw a slightly original pose by combining a few other poses to make like a PK Flash pose. Here's where the present came from, as well as not the trash can actually, tile sheet, the Onets as it looks like by default, humans. Um, did a bunch of stuff with all the like various animations. Here's the baseball. I think that turned out pretty nice. The yo-yo is I just drew it myself, and I think it turned out really well. I like how it you can very clearly tell when it's rotating that it's rotating in whatever direction it rotates. If you look at it closely, it doesn't really it looks a little weird, like frame by frame, but in motion looks good. And also these guys for the Zappy guy, the things that the UFO drops as it's going. That was all what was done as far as the drawing goes. Um, for the backgrounds and stuff, I wanted it to be like realistic. In the original high school version of this, like 15 years ago, back in the late aughts, it just used a background of Onette. But for this one, I wanted it to be a little more realistic, so I went and I drew over a background of Onette with tiles that would be reasonable to be on top of, and made it sort of look flat and leveled rather than being on top of everything. You can see it's the actual layout of Onet, and man, it's really a whole fucking process to replace every single part of a background with tiles. There must be an easier, smarter, more automatic way to do that shit. I don't know. I need to figure that out eventually going forward, I guess. Then I'll say like some things like the UX ones were easier to do insofar as like drawing out with these guys, as well as the text also is all like tile set layers. You can see here all these are also from a tile set, etc., etc. Right. Let's start talking about specific components, maybe. You want to start talking about specific components? Sure. Why not? Why is it? What did I change? I guess I'm like moving. I guess I'm touching stuff and hiding and hiding. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So, I mentioned the state machine earlier, and and using and basing my state machine off the state machine of let me see, is this currently primed? Let me see, is this the yeah, this dude's state machine video, which basically has in its functionality such that every state has a couple of input steps, which like physics process, that take in a delta, which basically indicates like how much of a second passed during the frame, and returns a state. If it's changed state, it returns the state, and once that gets back from that, it knows to switch to the next state. In other words, and it returns no, it doesn't. It's a pretty simple implementation, and one that I extended a bit. Let me show you. In particular, let me find it in scripts state machine. In particular, I started out with this state class, which just has a animation name and a pause flag, which, by the way, specifically makes sense for Earthbound insofar as like if you look at let's look at animated sprite, for instance. If you look at like the walking animation in Earthbound, all it is like left, right, left, right, left, right, and then when you stop, it just stops. So in Earthbound, when you stop walking, you just want the animation to pause. You don't want to play a different animation. You just want to stop cold turkey. To that end, what I ended up doing with the state is having a flag on there for whether it was a pause state or an unpause state, in addition to the animation. And on top of that, I added an additional child, child on top of that, which was the 8-directional state, which basically, in addition to the main animation, and this is a thing that makes sense for Earthbound, considering that it is a game that is top-down, isometric. You running up, down, left, right, etc. All 8 directions for the main characters, all 4 directions for the other characters. Basically, I just had animation things for down, down, left, left, and up, and also made it so that if you didn't set the up left and down left, it would treat it as a 4-directional state. Originally, I had a separate class for that, but that was pretty silly. So immediately once I started doing the 4-direction state, I just scratched my head and going like, why don't I just reuse all the code from 8-direction state? And that was much simpler. I'll also say, like, the way that it kind of handles certain things is kind of silly in general. See, originally the direction enum, which if we click into here, if we click into the direction enum here, originally I had this direction enum on the 8-direction state. It was local to the 8-direction state. So when I was dealing with things like transferring the current direction from one state to the next, I had to use the enter function And what I ended up doing was just like having the exit function pass up the is this somewhere here? Here we go. I had the exit function return the direction, and then had the enter function enter it. In retrospect, it would have been far more smarter if just like the state owner or the parent, which is of class state owner, which includes things like player main and enemy main. It would have been much smarter if just the state owner had a direction on it, and that was maintained in between states. But by the time I thought of that, it was too late to change it, and it was too late to rework this whole fucking 8-direction state, considering that I had made like dozens of states at that point, including ones for players, ones for enemies, and ones for projectiles. And also at a certain point, it became obvious that, like, oh, if ever a thing needs to switch from an 8-direction state to just a state, it can just be an 8-direction state all the way. I don't necessarily have to just derive from that. Also, because eventually I had the projectile state, which had things like start from full speed, the next state to go to, transition ASAP. That is to say, at the end of I forgot that transition ASAP just means like transition now, and I guess the original idea was to turn that on when it is time to transition. I think that every time I would have used this, I think I ended up just literally just from the parent, from the super function, from the not the super, the opposite of super, from the actual projectile state, just returning the state it needs to go to. I think I might have forgotten about transition ASAP for the most part. Who remembers? I guess maybe look at if there's like an enemy state script. You would see like how this go. So basically, all these states basically make it so that make it pretty easy to like control like whether you're idle, what you should be doing, what states you can go to out of any other state. You can see here that when you're idle, you can use your main attack, second attack, or third attack buttons to switch to first, second, or third attack states. All these states can be switched around from here, and it's pretty easy to wire up. Also, you can make it so that like, dead idle is basically the same as dead idle and dead walking are basically the same as walking and dead walking, except that they don't have any attacks set, so you can't do any attacks. I am happy with the number of enemies right now. I think I'm done, and also I can't really think of off the top of my head any additional enemies that I'd add. Maybe you could do like harder versions of some earlier enemies just with higher stats or something. That's less interesting and more trivial to do. Very trivial to do. See here in walking. Any interesting code to highlight here in walking? Sure. In particular, I'll note that one thing I was very particular about when I was starting out the work was making it so that when you let go of a diagonal, it had like a delay before it like switched you to facing a different way, so that like if you were holding down diagonal and then like, oh, you maybe actually released left before right by like a frame, if you're stopping, taking your hand off the thing, regardless of like whether you were still holding right for a bit, you stay pointed in that diagonal direction unless you push in another direction or otherwise hold it long enough that it knows that you're trying to go left or right. And this results in you being able to let me just use some of the debug options real fast. And where is disable spawner? Disable spawner is there we go. I can just turn it off right now and make it so that I can show off. So you see there, like, as I'm moving diagonally and, like, releasing at the same time, you can see that I always stay diagonal rather than switching into a non-diagonal direction. Pretty happy with that. Another bit of shit that was hard to figure out, that was real subtle, that I can point out right now while we're in the thing, look how the bat is behind Ness when it's in front of, when it's when it's like up, you know, right here. The bat is consistently behind, and when it's in front, it's in front of Ness. How did I do that, you wonder? And also, how did I do it on an animation by animation basis? Well, that was a bit of a trick. Bit of a trick it was. Let me show you. So for that, how I did that, and let me say again, I'm very new to Godot. This is my first project, full project in Godot. I don't know how you're supposed to do things, and mostly figured out things on my own. And let me show you the way that I figured out how to make that work. So, as far as the bat attack goes, the bat attack has a bunch of complex logic wherein the code is keeping track of what frame you're on, and when it goes into that state, it checks the direction that you're swinging in, and first off, it turns on the hitboxes. This turns on this circle of hitboxes in the right areas based on whichever direction you're swimming. 1. 2, it sets a back frame and a back frame and a front frame. And based on that, whenever it's going through the animation, it is checking to see if it's on a new frame. And if it is on a new frame, let me see, where is that code? If it is on a new frame, it checks to see if it checks to see if the frame is equal to the front frame or the back frame, and if it does that, it offsets the origin just enough to, using Y sorting, make the bat below or behind Ness. Originally, I used this with the offset, the Z offset, and that was incorrect because that broke Z sorting for enemies. It was very frustrating when I realized, like, the enemies, because of the way I did it, the enemies were all like, you know, not. I had to basically Y sorting makes it so that sprites are sorted by like how high on the screen they are, and if an enemy was above the bat, and you use like the offset, the Z offset, to determine like how high it should be, it would be behind Ness, and it would also be behind anything else that is Y sorted on the same plane as Ness, basically, which means that it would be behind there. And if you were swinging this way and it's above Ness, it would also be above any enemies that were below you. It's all screwy. So, lessons learned: go with the offset origin to keep the Y sorting consistent. I guess, maybe, question mark. Probably depends on the specifics of your game and the perspective thereof, and whether you're doing like isometric or 2D or maybe some sort of UI, you know, card type thing. I don't know. Seeing some examples of stuff you can do out there, and it's all interesting to me. So that's how that works. That was one of the first things that I made sure was right, looked good. There's also a bunch of logic here insofar as like checking for collision, detecting collision, etc., etc. It's all very you know, bespoke. The yo-yo obviously only stops you for a bit. I'll say one thing that sort of I feel like is lacking in the system, in the state system that I currently have. Let's use an enemy as an example here. Is that the way that it works, it can only enter or leave a state based on a physics step, basically based on the physics process. Only the physics process can determine if it's leaving or entering a step, which means that basically you have to go to the next frame and have it do its logic one frame before it can exit and leave, which is significant in cases like this particular state, where basically all this state does is it makes the decision whether you're close enough or far enough away from an enemy to jump to them. I mean, I'll say, like, stuff like that could go into an idle state, but I decided to just keep the idle state pretty simple and pretty universal, other than, you know, I guess you can see here that the bear main does have a special case, a special carve out in the enemy idle code. As some states definitely do have specific codes for specific states, and are definitely built in a way that, like, oh, only like, for instance, let me find a good example of that. One thing that I found difficult, and I don't know how to proceed with quite yet, how to do in the future, is states like let me show you. So states like let me use the Starman as the example of this. The Starman is a good example of this. So for the Starman, right? The Starman has a projectile, right? And the projectile is watching the Starman to see if the Starman is interrupted. Same too with the guitar, which means that the Starman, the states on the Starman, let's say let's say, for instance, the casting state has to basically, the parents, the Starman, uses the class Casting Enemy Main, which has attack interrupted as a flag, and the projectiles are watching to see if their parent is a Casting Enemy Main, which they will be invariably, and if it is, it casts that, use that property. There's a lot of cases where I had to be like, okay, well, I'm not going to put this on the state owner, which means I'm going to have to cast this as like a casting enemy all the time. I don't know if I should have just had, like, can you recast? Like, if you're making a state, right? You're making a state that has a state owner that is going to be a specific thing. Like in the case of the enemy casting, its parent would always be a casting enemy. Can you make it so that the parent is specifically casted to be a casting enemy main? I think you can just literally, do like this, but you don't get the autocorrect if you do so. You don't get the, oh, well. Oh, wait, that's deleted the wrong one there. If you did like this, it would still be fine, apparently, but I like to have the autocomplete and the suggestion. I like to be able to see, like, what every option as far as variables have, as far as areas I have, and etc. More things I learned. Let's talk about the spawner. Actually, no, let's continue. Let's talk about, like, a few bugs real fast. How about, there were some fun bugs I had. Let me show you. Like, so one thing the spawner can do is the spawner can make it so that debug wise it only spawns a specific enemy. The first time I tried this code to debug the jumping behavior of the bear, I didn't realize that the enemy spawning behavior uses the fact that you set a specific enemy as an indicator, as a sign that it's doing an enemy surge, which is uncapped. It doesn't obey the typical enemy limit, and as a result, just 100 bears spawned instantly. So that was fun. I took a screenshot and posted it to the Discord, and that was that. Similar issue happened with the UFO the first time. I forgot to set the thing that makes it drop it on an interval. It just dropped every frame, which was a fun thing. A lot of these come out of, like, for, like, any individual. I'll say, because of the state machine, let me say this. Because of the state machine, there were a lot of cases where I was able to reuse code, right? Like, if you look here at the pitcher enemy, you can see it has idle, it has dying, it has stunned, it has wandering. It has a lot of the same states that the previous, this was maybe enemy number 3 that I made, that the first enemy that I made, the cultist, also had, insofar as the wandering, the idle, and instead of charging, the pitcher just has to throw the ball, and as a result, I could reuse, like, most of the code. Maybe, like, adding a flag here, like I added this flag evasive to make it so that the direction it chooses to wander in does not correspond to the does not correspond to the player, does not correspond to like where the player is. Doesn't run towards the player. These guys, it makes them a little more evasive than the basic wandering enemy. Um, in a lot of cases, like making the new enemy just came down to like making the new states and then wiring everything up accordingly, animation wise, making sure they had the Y sorting, making sure they had this. That was an issue. I didn't realize at this point, but I didn't enable Y sorting on any newer enemies after the first couple, so that was a whole thing I had to fix eventually and make sure that everyone was sorting. And you can see in that image there, Nessa's on top, even though some guys are actually in front of him. Looks a bit peculiar. That was a mistake. Um, as far as there was one glitch where that wasn't the case. Actually, I said before, but the let me show you the finding the balding eagle, right? The balding eagle basically just has all the same flying code as the crow, right? Same basic behavior, just slightly different max speed, just a slightly sharper flight angle, 3 degrees rather than 5 degrees. Well, when I was testing that out, I had a very funny bug there, literally from the same code as before, but where they would just invariably end up flying in circles once they hit the left side of the screen. Why was that? I wondered. I was using the same code as the previous one, except now it used 3 degrees rather than 5 degrees. Does that really make a difference? Yes, when you implement it the way that I did, which is that when it's turning, it increased its angle and then checked if its angle had passed like the target angle, and then the set the target angle to the angle. And what was happening is that it was, 3 degrees was the direction it was looking for. So it was looking to go to about 357 degrees, and it was turning about 3 degrees every frame, meaning that it overshot, got to like 360, and got decremented down to 0 again, at which point apparently, I clearly was intending this to catch that, but it didn't, so it ended up just not finding that angle and just going and going and going and going. And the simple fix that I did, rather than fixing this bit, I guess, was just go, okay, just check it before and after, and that's fine. Checking it before and after makes it so that it completes its turn successfully and will never overshoot and can never, it's not a factor anymore. It'll always just make sure it's on that shit. Which is just about right, just about correct, and yeah. Oh wait, no, 120. It's 180 plus, so that's if it's going down. I should have changed. It's probably this one here. I should have changed this one to target angle minus 180. Right? That'd be it. That would be it. Oh wait, this is the first one. This is whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not sure what went wrong with this particular formulation, but it's fine. It works. I'm realizing now that these I should have copied. I copied from up here to copy paste down here. It's probably this one I should have copied paste to here. It didn't make a difference apparently, so whatever. It's fine. It works. It works. That's a thing to note. A thing to note. Cool. Let's talk about the spawner. Let's talk about the spawner. That's enough about specific enemies and all that. Are there any other specific enemies I could talk about? I could talk about some things like how it was kind of complicated to figure out how to make the cranky ladies work, who I'll say again, their gimmick is that they jump in sync. They jump all at the same time. I ended up having a global timer on my global script and managed that and randomized that. Well, I ended up randomized. I'll say, I kind of ended up with a lot more stuff in the spawner than I probably should have had. I ended up having the spawner take care of things like the cranky lady timer and a few other things in there. Just keeping an eye on, is it just the cranky lady spawner? I feel like there's some stuff where, there's other cases of that where the enemy the health counter also keeps track of like whether you're dead or not and whether to play the dead music. The BB counter doesn't do anything of the sort. Okay, so worth noting the enemies killed. Okay, so it can store. You know what? I can just set the global.enemies killed to 99999, and that's fine. You know, that fixes the issue of not being able to display a high score larger than 9999, and I think that's fine. There's not room on the high score screen anyway, so it's all good. It's all fine. Anywho, what else is there? So, enemy spawner, let's talk about that. So, one of the things I thought was pretty important for this was to make it so that there was a bit of an ebb and flow to it, and that like there were surges of enemies as well as like a variety of dudes that spawned throughout a game. And initially I started with a set order, and initially I only had 6 dudes in mind, so it would only go to 100, and or maybe like 200 if the interval was doubled. I'll say like I export a lot of this crap so that I could like turn off the spawner. I could spawn it, start it at a certain count. I could mess around with the surge size with the max enemies. New enemy. Oh yeah, there's a new enemy threshold where a new enemy is guaranteed at 100 and an older enemy is guaranteed at 110 to make it so that when you go into the late game, there's a bit of you get an initial, I felt it was a good idea to keep the finger on the scale as far as like once I did do randomization, I decided to make it so that it focused on early game enemies first. And I did that by having it so that its randomness was constrained by a list of yet unused enemy types that basically ensured that it adds these 5 enemies before it says, oh, it's out, and uses the currently unused enemies to like repopulate the list, which would mean that like both enemies that have been removed and late game enemies end up in the list again, and it goes through all of those before it goes back to the pool and pulls accordingly. And that also works for removing enemy types, and that makes it so it doesn't just remove an enemy it just added. There's like a certain order to how it proceeds, and you can also see it only starts with 1 and 2, and that means it only removes 1 and 2 first. And once 0 and 1, index-wise, that's the first and second element of an array, which in this case would be the insane cultist and the crow. And it goes through the whatchamacallit? It goes through clicking on it. There we go. It goes through the pitcher. It goes through the pitcher, and you can almost see a little bit of the order they were implemented in. The bear, the I believe 4 would be the these are sort of meant to be the set order if there were a set order. It goes through the pitcher, the bear, the trash can, the cranky lady, and the guitar before moving on to being able to add the balding eagle, the mimic, the car, the UFO, and the Starman. Those are all held. Also, one other thing to note is that when it does the first one, it makes sure that the Starman is not included. It adds one between 7 and 10, which means that it cannot be the Starman, the first one that gets added. And I felt like that was just a good idea for making it a little more reasonable to start with. Reasonable to start with before it gets a little crazy with it. So yeah, basically just goes through the list and adds, and when it's when it's not at the limit of enemy count, it adds one based on the pulls one from the yet unused enemy types. Pick random is a great method. I really like the pick random feature. That really made this real easy to do this whole gimmick, this whole way. And when it removes, it does a surge, which it does by setting the surge size and setting a surge index. And yeah, cool. The surges increase in size over the game, and they max out at 10 currently. And I think that's more than enough. I'll say, like, when that was uncapped and you just went really, really late, it did get to the point where, like, 20, like, 15 enemies would spawn. And, like, by killing them, you're getting another surge, generally, which meant it had an insane pace to it in the late game. And that just, wasn't right. So, you can see here actually, I do still have the behavior for non-random events here, which was to say like, oh, just add 2, add 3, erase 0. I forgot at this point the when you added a new one, that's when it erased the old one. I guess that was originally how it worked before the surges were kind of independent of that. Before, yeah. Also, there were only 6 of them, so after you got to all the late game enemies, the 3, the bear, the mimic, and the starman, which in retrospect, one of the reasons I added the last 6 is because I was not satisfied with that whole arrangement of 6 final enemies. They were not not the most interesting group of dudes to fight. Yeah. Also, as far as tweaks that the enemy spawner does, it does make it so that it will spawn something if you ever get to 1 or fewer enemies. It will just instantly spawn something. And also, like, after you kill something, there's a little bit of grace as long as you're above a certain number, so that, like, once you do kill something, it's not like, oh, there's a free spot, spawn something right now, because it kind of felt a little bit weird to kill something, and then your reward is another guy just spawned immediately. What the hell happened? Oh, I'm just covering up the T. I was wondering for a second. Surge enemy, a Mao. That looked weird. And yeah, that's sort of a deep dive into how all that works. The 8 directional state system, various issues that arose at various enemies. It's all pretty straightforward. As far as globals go, I found it expedient to globalize a lot of stuff. Guess we could talk about sound. I don't know that much about sound, and I don't know how best to do it. But I put sounds on into node trees where it made sense, and in cases where things needed to play after the enemy or whatever despawned, I instead put it onto the main scene and just had it be global and had it be that you could play it through global thing. I don't know if that's the right way to do. That feels dirty, but it works. It feels a little bit. Maybe the thing you're supposed to do is just hide the enemy until its sound is done playing it. Then you can free it from the tree and all that. That's probably the smarter way to do it than like making it a global thing. Let me show you what I got for global stuff. Why not? And then we'll play the game for a bit longer. And yeah, let me see here. We're okay. I think I need to get like a different script editor, because I do find editing the script in the in here, it's a little bit awkward. Just like, you have to either click over here to get to open a script from here, or just use the ones that have already been opened. A little bit awkward, I think it could be better in that respect. What was I looking for? Oh yes, my global. I just have the enum direction, enemies killed, and the enemy kill timer PP, rolling health, target health, and the player are all there, as well as the spawner, RNG, the various sounds, the cranky lady timers, and a delay timer for the high score. It's a weird place for that to be. I guess multiple things need to know about that, was the idea. That's, in retrospect, I feel like that could be somewhere else. Whatever. And also the save data for the high scores and the set thing. Okay, let's play a few more rounds, and I'll tell you about a little bit more of the detail about I'll tell you more about how the rolling counters work. What's the most interesting things? What should I specifically explain that I haven't explained yet? The rolling counters are probably the biggest thing. I'm gonna explain the death effect. Death effect's pretty cool. Things I realized too late. Oh yeah, those are a couple things. Okay, those are a couple of topics that we can discuss as we go. Let's play some more. Let's do some more. Just play some of the game, if y'all don't mind. If that sounds good. I think that sounds good. It's been a minute. Just been going over the code and all that. Not sure necessarily like how interesting that all is. I hope it's interesting, and gives an insight to like how helps show like where I am as far as like all this stuff goes. You know, I'm pretty new. I'm figuring out one thing at a time, and you know, finishing off this whole project and making like 12 enemy types. To a certain degree, a lot of these enemies were pretty straightforward to do. You know, like, they didn't require figuring out anything especially new, other than, like, oh, you know, they require a new state. But, like, everything involved in that state, I pretty much already know how to do. But all that's fine, you know, all that's fun, all that's, like, part of the, process. And, you know, there were a lot of components that required me to learn a thing or two, and I liked that. Did you answer the question? Yeah. Enemy-wise, I'm happy with the current set. I'll say, in general, I'm happy with this project. This project is done. More or less. You know, clearly there could be probably a few bug fixes. If anyone knows how to fix the thing where, like, occasionally sprites are sort of bleeding over a little bit and making, like, weird lines of pixels, I don't know what the deal is with that. The sprites are transparent. They have transparency to their left and right. It doesn't make sense that it should, like, be bleeding like that. But whatever. They definitely don't have, like, lines of blue or brown in the case of the bear to the left or right. It just, doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense there. I'm pretty satisfied with how it is now. And I'm ready to move on to Project 2, for which I have 2 ideas right now. I feel like I haven't quite decided which one I'm going to do. Like, I could go either way right now, and that's exciting, that's fun. I feel like there's huge, I feel like either way that I go, it's gonna be real cool, and, you know, as cool as this thing is, and I think it's pretty cool and fun, I'm hoping that the next thing will be a more original thing. It'll be, I say original, it'll be more, it'll involve less assets from afar, and be more of a proof of concept, maybe. Might be more of a proof of concept than, like, a full thing, depending on, like, how long I decide to, like, play it close to the vest, close to the chest, close to you know, depending on, like, how long I take to, reveal. Which, I could go either way with. There's definitely some squares here where you can see the color is a little off, and this grass is a little bit discolored. That's because, oh god, I'm dead. Didn't get a present for a while. Is the next project going to be in a similar genre? No. It's not going to be, not quite. Not quite. I mean, the 2 ideas are very different, I'll say. I want to, you know, play close to the chest one way or the other, but they're pretty different projects as far as genre, as far as, like, technology involved. One of which, I'll say this, one of which I would like to try out 3D a little bit, one of which would involve some 3D use of that whole stuff. The other would be less of a game, and more of a cool thing, I'll say. And, leave it at that for now, as far as, details go. I got some cool ideas, and like if I don't do one first, I'll the one I don't do first, I'll probably do later. You know, down the line, depending like how long I spend with idea number one. This was a lot of fun to do, and feel like this has turned out great. Apparently raining or something outside. I can hear raindrops hitting window. Just a few, though. Weird. The crash cans are great to PK Flash if they group up. They group up all nice and good. Good thing to spend the PK Flashes on. There is a certain amount of, like, you can learn these guys' health, right? Like, you hit them, you know, you hit those guys once with the bat, you can kill them with another bat. Like, the cultist will take 2 bats and a yo-yo, or 3 bats, or PK Flash plus a bat. I'll say, the PK Flash does double the damage of any attack that hits them next, so, like, if you did yo-yo, that would be doubled, and that would kill some enemies, like the, honestly, whether or not they're feeling strange, that would kill them. That would kill a, that would kill the guitar. Or the, trash can. It's more fun to smash them. And you get the nice sound effect. It's pretty good. Look how many guitars there are. I definitely want to, eliminate. We are getting a little unlucky with the presents right now. There we go. Again, with the guitar, the key is to make sure they're interrupted so they're not doing their big attack. So yo-yo on approach is just key for that. Just really good. Or dodging. They can't fire again until their notes disappear. So that's also a time when you can go in on them. Everyone is really close together right now. Really vulnerable to being flashed. The Flash has a really high range, Damn it! The Flash has a really big AoE, so you can use it to hit a bunch of enemies and just dispatch them real quickly. The key is to keep an eye out for when you can do it, and also remember that you will be vulnerable when you're putting it out there. You will be in a vulnerable state. Let's do this again. Let's pass 100 again. I will say, one of the last changes that I did was do some adjustments as far as, like, originally the cultist did less damage, and, I decided to buff it a little bit to be a little bit tougher, and, do, I think, 30 rather than 20. But, you know, I still think they're pretty straightforward and definitely not a problem. Still think that, they're not that much of a threat, relatively. Nice, nice, nice. As far as other enemies considered, the Fly was the main one, and the only one that I actually did. Fly and Barf, those were two going to be like, boss enemies, or like a boss enemy and a boss summon. But I just thought that, didn't really fit the genre, didn't really fit, like, what this is going for. One single tough enemy to deal with. It's more about swarms than anything, and, just like I hesitate to see, like, how it would work, like, even, you know, having, like, one guy who has a lot of HP running at them and, I mean, it could be done. I mean, Zelda, obviously, inspiration-wise, the way Zelda works and the swords and all that, big inspiration of the original, high school era, thing. But, given that this doesn't have, like, walls or anything, and also the sprites are a little limited. You know, I feel like with a lot of Zelda bosses, you'd probably need, like, different phases or, like, moving parts to really make it work. You know, like, you think about that Zelda boss that has, like, all the different segments. There's nothing like that in Earthbound to pull from as, like, a source, the source from. Go ahead and knock some of those guys out. We got it nice and quiet now. Nice and quiet. Things are going great. Our health is high. Sometimes it's a little silly to go for a PK flash unless you can get two. You do have a limit, you know. You could PK flash costs 50 PP, and you can only use it one at a time. One of those at a time. Well, yeah, obviously you can only use one of them at a time, but you know, if you run out, you're not going to be able to cast more. It says a good way to just take care of a bunch of dudes whenever you do see a clump. And I do think it's fun to time up when you hit the button to like hit the spiraling guys, you know, as they do their silly spirals. I think that's a pretty cool tiny little bit of gameplay. Just a tiny little bit of gameplay there in I'm all out of PP now for state the obvious. Hey, what I was saying came true. Fun little bit of gameplay in smashing those guys home and you know, finishing the job, as it were. Also, I guess if like every other attack like sends them sprawling a little bit, sends them outwards, and makes it so that you have to chase after them. The PK Flash just leaves them where they are, so if they're close, it's easier to close the distance and hit them with the bat. I feel like the three weapons really do synergize with each other quite nicely. As far as like how I decided on the three, mostly it's just like the moveset of Ness. I did consider a few other options, I'll say. I did consider a few other moves in particular, for like a fourth move, really. I did consider PK Fire as like an alternative PK move. I kind of just landed on the side of like, well, I want people to be using PK Flash, and if you have an alternate PK spell to use it with, maybe people will never use PK Flash because it's a risk to do. You know, it's a risk to you know, to say like, I have a second where I'm not being attacked. Let me guide an attack their way. That's ballsy, you know. That's yeah. The other possibility, the other one I considered was, oh god, look at how many guys there are. Great PK Flash. The other one I considered would be like some sort of healing move, you know, like Life Up, or is it Life Up in Earthbound? Whichever it is in Earthbound, or Shield, and having that as like an alternate thing that would be like very, you know, Hollow Knight-y, where you hold down the button and it takes the time. Ultimate decision there was like, well, actually, hang on. PK Flash already kind of is a hard commit move. I don't need a second hard commit move in there. It's fine as is, you know. By the way, if you're wondering how long enemies are flashed, it's 6 seconds, so it's kind of a really long, effect. It's a very powerful move. But, you know, you can only cast it so many times, so I think it's a fair game, you know. I think it makes sense. We made it past 100 again a while ago at this point. That feels good. Mimics are in play. Fun. I kind of need some health. Other moves that were considered, that was just about it. Just the fire. I'll say, in the original high school era fan game thing that I did for a project, originally you weren't just playing as Ness, you played as all three of the dudes from the game, and they sort of just made like a little, you know, they all stood in a big line that rotated accordingly. It also had like a wacky hitbox as a result. Honestly, maybe not the best decision to have you play as a whole squad. That was kind of silly in retrospect. When you hear that sound, you know that you're actually dead. The rolling timer is about to hit. I probably should kill these guitars. These guitars are kind of out of hand, and they might be swarming. Might be remnants of a swarm, you know. Back up to full, back up to full. In the thing, therefore, the original idea was, the original layout was like every, these pictures are definitely swarming right now. I need to take these pictures out like pronto. I'm dying! I'm dead. Pictures are a problem, man. Ah, damn. And because we've, the high scores are the way they are now, we haven't passed enough to get a new one. Ah, well. Still a good run, still a good run. One more like that, one more like that. I'll continue, talking about, the high school version of it. Had one move per dude, which means instead of PK Flash, it was PK Freeze originally. But Ness didn't have PK Freeze. That was Paula's move, so I figured for this version, go with PK Flash, and instead of freezing the enemies and doing a bunch of damage, instead make them run in circles, which I just found to be a very fun. I had that idea, and it turned out to be very correctly a good idea. Once I tried it and gave it a go. Other things I did consider, oh, also, instead of yo-yos, it was just like the gun. It was just like a, I think like a gunk gun or something that, like, Jeff had that would slow down enemies in addition to, you know, dealing damage. That was like what the projectile was in the original, high school era thing. I did consider PK's Starstorm as like a big finisher. Again, you know, I'd be worried about like discouraging the player from doing PK Flash. Maybe that would just be an ultimate that charged on its own and wasn't dependent on your PK, PSI resource, your PP resource. But didn't end up doing in that direction. Weird idea. As a tribute to your newly completed game, your last call for levels should be a round of this game. It's hard not to jump into it. I could show it out. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I could do that on the Mario Maker stream tomorrow. That's not a bad idea. That's, you know, I've been wondering, like, how if I, you know, going in this game development type direction now, like, how I can integrate this into the rest of my streams. Like, how can I be showing this off on, at random? You know, how I can be showing this off and progress on this stuff, rather than just on Discord. Like, whether images and stuff would always cut it. I will say with this, I currently have it set up so it's capturing the whole monitor. And I did some funky business to make it so that usually my TV monitor and my computer monitor share a monitor, and it's all duplicated from the desk to the PC to the couch area. I made it so the TV is a separate one, and then my OBS is on the other monitor, so that y'all aren't gonna see OBS ever. If anything happens over there, you know, it's all nice and reliable. I feel like this run is not going great. Just relax and hit them, and they'll be dead. I'm really low. PK Starstorm, I think, would just be like a emergency button, I guess. I do think PK Starstorm would be a good idea, honestly. And like, given another week with this, I probably would put in PK Starstorm and make it so that, like, oh, it's just a big screen-clearing ultimate move, and when you activate it... These are the pictures. When you activate PK Starstorm, what I would have it do would be, what I would have PK Starstorm do is it would clear the screen, basically, kill everything, including probably pretty generous chance of getting a, presents and all that. And then also, as a corollary of it, it would also take the max enemies on screen down temporarily. Probably, like, cut it in half or something and slowly ramp back up to full over the course of, 30 seconds or so, let's say. I think that would be good for, giving the player a breather. And, I think that would be, well worth it. But I didn't end up doing that, so it's fine. Also, I don't know, like, where on the HUD I would put that. I guess, like, maybe below PP, and, maybe I could put, like, below PP, like, how would I do that? Like a charge meter or something, Would it be like a meter? I don't think Earthbound really has that. It could be like a of 100, like, percent complete, and like, once it's ready, it would just stick at 100. That could be done. That could be done. Currently, the UX, I'll say, by the way, the UX is at 2 times scale. The UX is at 2 times scale over there, if you're wondering. It just sort of fit the screen and the right, it sort of looked right at that scale. Also, like, if it was smaller, it'd be harder to keep an eye on your health. Also, would leave me with space to fill. I have 10 health. Tell me that's not a mimic. It isn't. Good. We're not. We got vultures, so we're at the late game now. Ah! And presents right here, too. One more run. Let's try to get on the board again. One more run, and then I'll explain the rolling counter and how that all works. And, I'll also explain the other thing. Oh, I will say I feel like this does have a bit of a slow start every time, but I'm hoping, you know, one thing I'm unsure about is, like, for new players, like, when y'all get your hands on this, if y'all want to give it a go, I would appreciate it. I'll put it on each IO and all that. If y'all want to give it a go, like, like, I'm wondering if y'all have the time to get the hang of all of it. You know, the feel for the yo-yos, the, how to use your PK Flash. I do have written a whole document of details about, like, oh, you know, best practices and pro tips. I'll show that off. I'll probably be putting that into, like, the field in itch.io, I guess, the description, whatever. It'll be there. It'll be available for your perusal once this is all done. Grab that. We just got to 40, so someone just got removed. The surges start at 3, at the size of 3, so they start off pretty small, the enemy surges, but they increase by 1 every 50, so before long, surges will be pretty intimidating, pretty large, and pretty scary. When a bunch of enemies appear at once to really be a nuisance. New enemies coming right now. One other change I think would make sense would be if a new enemy was just added. It would make sense if logically, randomly, like you just rig it to be like, okay, the picture just added, make the picture appear next. I'll say, you know, I'm pretty happy with this. I feel like maybe I might make like 1 or 2 of the things I've said to date. You know, as far as like, yeah, that's a, you know, why don't we just like make that change real quick? We'll make that change real quick tonight, right after this round. Test it real quick, and then, go from there. I could also, you know, I do have, there's one other thing that I had at one point, which is that I had a sound effect for an enemy spawning, and I found it to be really distracting because enemies spawn all the time. It's the call for help sound effect, in particular. If I'm talking about trying to draw attention to an enemy swarm, making the call for help sound effect and making it reasonably loud might be the way to go, might be the way to, development is a gradual process, and there's always things you could do to make the game better, to make the thing better. But I'll say, after tonight, I'm going to be moving on to my next project. I'm going to release this, ASAP, soon as, I can. And, if I don't know, like, open source-wise, if I can do it. Shit. Good run, good run. Good night, Shard. Good night, Shard. Okay. Let's do that thing I just said, right? Just a second ago, I said, like, let's, you know, it'd be a good idea if the enemy spawner had code to make it so that when a new enemy was spawned, when a new enemy was added to the thing, it was rigged. How would I do that? Let me show you real quick. I think this will take, like, just a minute. And, here's my idea. Let's just add a new variable, and we'll say, force next enemy index equals -1. Now, take that, I'll just copy it so I don't, if I put in like force, it would suggest, but you know, let's just make this nice and easy and quick. Where's where it adds an enemy? That would be ramp interval, not ramp interval, event interval. And the enabled size is less than the current max enemies. Then make it so that, let's see now. New type equals yada yada. Once the new type is decided on, set the force to be new type. Done. And now then, in spawn enemy, it uses enemy types and able to pick one, and all I need to do is say if index does not, if force type enemy index does not equal 1, does not equal -1, then type index equals force next enemy index, and also force next enemy index equals -1. So unset it after. Done! That's the feature implemented. Let's test it out and see. I guess the only thing we'd be able to tell is, like, once we got to an interval, that the next enemy spawning would be a certain one. At 10, one will be added. Keep an eye out at 10. At the 10th enemy killed, we should be seeing a new one. Here we go. Bear! Bear was just added at 10. First one that got spawned. Okay. Rigging successful. There we go. A little bit of code. A little bit of a little bit of coding. Like 2 minutes of. Perfect. That's about as quick of a feature as you can ask for. And it worked first time, and I think there's no problems. It's not like I forgot to unset it or something, in which case you'd just be seeing bears, 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 bears. No, only a regular amount of bears. Oh, right, there was another feature that I had as an idea. Let's implement the second feature, which was, let me see. So, spawn sound is the sound that I set up to be. I ended up muting it, basically. But let's have it so that when it does a enemy surge, it plays that sound. And also, let's called for help. Let's make this say 8 decibels. Let's make it loud. Make it 12 decibels. Make it 16 decibels. Let's see how this feels. Okay. Second very quick change that we came up with this stream, which was just to add a sound effect to the surge, and particularly the called for help sound effect from, makes sense for it to be the call for help sound effect from the original game. I mean, if there was one other enhancement we could do it so that when you healed, it could be when you heal up to full, there's like a heal full sound effect. I don't think that's really usually what plays when you heal, other than from like the butterfly. Like if you eat an item, I think it just plays the normal sound effect, so I don't think we have to do anything special there. Hey, the guitar spawned first at 10. Listen closely to, listen closely for the, at 20. We're about to, get to 20. We should hear a call for help, and then see some guys start to spawn. Ready? Here we go. There was the call for help, and then, you know, it's kind of hard to tell which one are the spawning guys if they're all going gradually, but I'm pretty sure in this case it was the blue guys. You know what, I think one more little tweak here. One more little tweak here to really, like, help with, selling it would be, make it so that the, let's see, surge time? Yeah, surge time is the time in between enemies spawning during a surge. It's currently at 1 second. Let's instead make that, a 1/10 of a second. And that should make it so, like, just a whole bunch literally appear at once. And that should really, help make it more obvious that, you know, who's the problem. This is sort of the process. You know, you have an idea, you put it together, and then, you know, you try it out. Sometimes there's big bugs, other times it works first time. And you play with it, and you go, oh, this feels good. And then you just go from there. Or you go, that sound effect's really loud. Just accordingly. I do think that, one thing I don't have quite right now is that I don't have a way to modify... How do you do that? How do you modify, like, sound effects all together? Like, as from a menu standpoint. Like, have a setting for sound effects. Like, where does all that get mixed? There we go, we got 2 garbage cans, and listen to the call for help. About to hear it. And 3 crows definitely spawned in there. I will say, when it's just 3, it's a little harder to notice, because there can just be 3 dudes, randomly around, but, there can just be 3 dudes randomly around, but, yeah. There you go, guitars are starting to appear now, and they were the first out the gate. That feature definitely works. I say definitely works. You'd only be able to know for sure if you debugged, which we could do. Debugging is alright. Definitely useful. Could use, I need to figure out how to use more tools there and, get more acquainted with, the options that I have. There was a debugging story I thought about telling, but we're already past the point where we're talking about individual enemies and their programming. So, oh, the debug story was just that, when originally I had the cranky lady, I had a thing that prevented them from jumping again after, so that they didn't just jump immediately after touching the ground. And, this seemed to be causing them to not jump for longer than expected, so I did a debugging thing. I couldn't really tell, like, how that timer was going from the outside, or from using, using, like, breakpoints. So instead I mapped it to a property that I could see on screen, at which point I realized that it was only decrementing the timer during, it was only decrementing the timer during its decision-making phase, during its decision state, which, meant invariably that it was, only advancing its timer a little bit every, you know, now and again when it entered the decision-making state of, should I jump or not? Which caused it to be, much slower than expected. So I, you know, put it somewhere else, that timer behavior. I'll say I've been using just, like, setting a value, and then just decrementing that value every frame for timers, and then checking if they ever get below 0. Not sure if that's the smartest way to do that, but it works! If it works, like, you know, what's the problem? What's the harm? I don't know. Again, very new, figuring this stuff out. I'd appreciate, you know, feedback, advice, things of that nature. But been having a lot of fun, like, putting this all together, having meaty, meaningful challenges to solve. Been a good time. Here come bears. I think bears are the ones that just, spawn. There are like a whole group of 4 of them. And let me just flash them. Just, kill them all. And, yeah. The call for help really does help with, keeping track. As well as just, enemies appearing at the first possible thing. Helps to know, like, okay, there they are. There's what we got. Okay. I know what's appearing. If I'm keeping an eye on it. We got the car. We've passed 100 again. Let's, finish this run out. I, think those 2 features are very nicely implemented, and I think it's time now to, move on to talking about a couple of things that are interesting and cool. I hope. I hope they're interesting and cool to you. They were interesting and cool to me and to get working. So hopefully that translates to y'all's end as well. For hitboxes here, nothing has collision with itself. You know, it's not like physics-wise you can pass through any enemy and all that. It's only the walls at the exterior that's, oh god, we got pitchers. We got 5 of them. Oh no. Probably the worst swarm. Okay, I think we've killed most of them now. I mean, I know we've killed most of them. I can see that most of them are dead. Ooh. I do think there is a bit of an ebb and flow. To this. You know, you kill a bunch of guys, you buy yourself a breather. You know? And that's just a real nice bit of relief. You know? Okay, we got, was that, wait, what? Is that more baseball dudes? Those guys, I thought they were already gone. Maybe that wasn't baseball dudes previously. Maybe that was just a coincidence. Maybe they were just a bunch of baseball dudes in play and I just let them pile up. They tend to do that. Okay, I think we've gotten... Okay, baseball dudes are still spawning, so... Whatever swarm that was, it wasn't baseball dudes, unless something's gone wrong, and the baseball dudes are somehow... It should be pretty unlikely for the baseball dudes to be able to re-add themselves immediately. And also, I'm not sure... If we see another baseball swarm, I'll be quite concerned. Next time there's a... Enemy, next time. That would maybe be a clue something's gone wrong. It's always good to test your changes. It's always good to test everything. I think that was, the cranky ladies. I think we got cranky ladies. Yeah, those are definitely cranky ladies. They are dealable with, though. This is a good run. I say that, I have 50 health and there's no presence in play. Oh, I'm very low. No! Shit. I can sure pick a time to, say things. I can sure pick a time to say things. Just short of a record. Just short of, making the high scoreboard there. Okay! That's enough of that for now. That was a new feature implemented real nice and quick. Let's talk about the next thing. So, next thing I want to talk about real quick is the rolling timers, which, you've been seeing them this whole stream, but let me show you how they work. Let me explain in detail, because I do think that this is one of the more cool things that I got working that made me really damn excited, real damn happy, and I'll show you how they work. So, first off, the timers are basically, they come from a sprite sheet, from an Earthbound sprite sheet, and basically every frame, you know, you can see here, it's a whole animation where it goes from one number to the next. Every 4 frames, it switches from one number to the next. So, again, let me say that if there's a better way to do this, It's quite possible there's a better way to do this. I'm brand new to Godot. This is my first project and first full real project, and I just sort of tried to figure out how best to handle it, how best to do it, and this is what I came up with. Disclaimer, 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 disclaimer. So, the way I ended up doing it is basically I have the physics process keep track of the frame of that first digit. And based on the number it's supposed to go to, I know that each digit has a frame it's supposed to land at. Say frame 1, frame, well, the number, the digit times 4, basically. So 0 if 0, 4 if 1, 8 if 2, etc. So what it does is it sets that target, and then if it's going up, it starts playing forward. If it's going down, it starts playing backwards, and it plays until it gets to the value. Now that covers the first digit, but what about the other digits? So with the other digits, which of course have to tick over when the other digits have to tick over when that first column ticks over. Let me see. Let me get back to the script. For those other digits, I realized that what I could do is I could just keep an eye out on whether or not, let me see. I could just keep an eye out for certain frames that basically indicated, on certain frames, namely the frames in between 9 and 0. So I just have to watch to see, like, okay, are you on frame 27, 28, 29, or 0, your next digit? If so, advance the next digit, the next one up, that many things. And you can see here in the sync how it works. Like, if it's going up, if it's 36 or above, and it's just changed frames, add 1 to the higher digits frame count. And that also works for the other ones, because, like, if the second digits one moves up from this to this, even if it's this one controlling it, this one also needs to move in sync. And so too with like a fourth column, if visible. It's only visible if it's needed. It's not visible by default because only certain rolling counters need it. But yeah, that's how I did the rolling counter. Just encode, watch for the frame count, and adjust it manually accordingly. Now I'll say, this caused some weirdness whenever higher frame rates were involved. So for gameplay purposes, the frame rate had to be 72 frames per second, which is pretty high, and causes, I believe, sometimes multiple frames per second. So I tried to account for that with a while loop. So it uses a while loop to check frame by frame and does each frame individually as if it was a separate step. So that's how that was done. Even with that, though, there was an issue insofar as I was finding that when it was finishing, oftentimes if it ever went from like going up to going down in particular, sort of reversing direction, it was ending up sort of like this, where it was sort of half off half a frame, sort of like half off a frame. And try as I might, I couldn't figure out how to fix that issue. So what I ended up doing was just making it so once it got to the end, once it like paused, it just sets the targets. It just sets the frames for all three of the things exactly where it needs to be. All three of the digits are just like manually set to the right frame counts using this set whole value thing, which fixes the problem more or less. It might be a little bit off insofar as frame by frame, but also I'll say the issue only occurs when the frame rate is particularly high in the first place, and also it only happens when the frame rate is high, and two, it's fine. It looks good. I can't tell the difference, and that's sorted. That's sorted. The end result, of course, is a very lovely frame counter. Let's look at it again. Let's look at it in practice. Look at me lose health. Wow, it's you can see all those amounts are synced up so nice and good. As the second digit rolls over, the third digit does. It works up and down. It can reverse course. It can it's very nice. Look, it's gonna tick over again. Wow, wow. Oh, also they turn red when you die. Let me show that again. Let me show that again. See? Everything turns red when you die. It's just another animation, and they sync up the frame count for each of those counters. The worth noting that the keyboard one also works similarly, though actually with completely different code, because unlike with the numbers, which are constantly tracking higher and higher numbers, the letters actually are counting just an alphabet, which has a set number of letters in it. So the way that it works is that whenever it's above 26, which includes the space, so 27 characters total, whenever it gets above that, it resets it to 0. But as far as the counting frames and animation and actual progress goes, it actually uses a target that is unbound by the that just keeps on going up, so it always knows when it's going up, always knows when it's going down. It can go into negative numbers, therefore, and that's fine for the purposes of like targets and targeting where it needs to go exactly. And whenever it gets down to 0, it resets to 0 anyway. So I think in theory, if you just like held the thing, right? Held this if you were to like scroll up and up and up and up and up and up, it could get bigger and bigger and bigger, the underlying number. So I guess in theory, if you held up forever, it would like overflow eventually or something. I don't know. But it's not a terribly big deal, and like if you are willing to do that, be my guest. See what happens. It's fine. That's a pretty obscure one. That's pretty it's fine. I'd rather it work consistently until it breaks than try to figure out how to get around such a probably long. It's like with the Paper Mario. When you do that, same basic principle. You hit the block enough times, it'll crash. You hit it for like 10 years, it'll overflow. That's sure, whatever. Other things that are cool, I had to learn how to use whatchamacallits, had to learn how to use for this I used one shader, and basically it was only because I couldn't do it any other way. But the enemies, when they die, you might have noticed when they die. Let me show that real fast. Look at when they die. Look at that crow. It turns black, then it turns white, then it turns black, then it vanishes. This is consistent with how it works in Earthbound. That the effect in Earthbound is the same, basically. It's exactly how it works in Earthbound. I tried to match it exactly and did that via a shader that let me show you. Where the fuck is that shader? Is it under, did I put it under scripts? Enemies, shader. Where the hell's the shader? Other music, assets, sprites? Would it be under sprites? I need to put scenes in their own folder, as well as other stuff like icons, things of that nature. I'll admit some need to do things a little bit better. Maybe under other. Terrible logo. Hey, I had some logos that I ended up not using. Didn't care for them much after I tried them out. Where the hell is the shaders? Are they stored separately or something? Enemy death effect, maybe? What would I call it? check the script for dying. Check the script for dying because that's where. So the dying state, every enemy has this in common. Once they stop moving, basically, they start this color shift thing where first they shift first they shift one way and then they shift the other way and then they freeze in the middle maybe and then they vanish once the shift is gone and back. And let's see here. Where is it? Where is it? The death shader is loaded from scripts misc death shader.gd shader. Okay, it's in misc. It's in miscellaneous. And the shader is just pretty straightforwardly, it takes a darkness color and uniformly colors it based on its uniformly recolors it based on its darkness, and therefore goes from black to white to black again, going up and down based on whether it's in its first phase, its first shift, or its second shift. And those are like three different timers that manage the first shift, the freeze in the middle, and the shift over. Or maybe the pause, I guess, is at the end. I guess the pause is at the end, maybe. I'm not sure 100%. Or maybe like the pause is in between the three phases, so maybe there's three pauses. It's been a bit. I think that's basically what this is suggesting. It sets the pause timer at the after the first shift and after the second shift, and also to start with. No, doesn't look like to start with. Funny, I would have thought to start with as well, but go figure. Anyway, that's pretty straightforward. I've never worked with shaders before, so that was a new thing, but this is probably about the simplest shader that you can get, so, you know, it was it was just very simple and results in a very nice effect. Any other particular things to talk about? I feel like that basically covers all the more advanced things I had to do to get things working. Oh, I suppose there is like I did figure out how to do saves and stuff and how to save the high scores. The high scores work via there's a whole bunch of like managers here, and basically the high score has like a whole list of names and scores, and it loads them from a file which saves them in a matrix, which I don't have up right now, but basically it's just the name, comma, the score, comma, and then there's another line, name, score, etc. And it just pulls from there, and it's pretty straightforward. Turns out saving data I was kind of intimidated by this. This is one of the last things that I did, but honestly, it was pretty trivial, pretty straightforward, and I feel good having gotten that all working, and the system for entering name working, and all that such and so forth. Wait, is that going to be weird when you start up and it's okay? No, it just automatically sets to the way it should be. The timers being like on half 3 here isn't an issue, but let me just go over to them anyway and reset this bad boy. Those are like the most tricky things, other than the state machine, and that whole logic and that whole interplay between the parent object and the states and the state machine. All of it was really simple. Other than that, pretty doable. The most difficult stuff to figure out was, well, honestly, I'll say like I kind of had trouble figuring out tile sets for at the start, especially insofar as like with the first one, which I showed earlier, figuring out how to do collision was especially an issue there because you're like jumping on stuff. And the first thing I was making, the first thing that I started with before switching over to Earthbound, and sound was another thing where I feel like I got it wrong, and part of that was that the fact that I have enemies that disappear immediately after they're done being in the world, where really I should have them so that they finish playing any sounds that they're playing, and then they can despawn. But it's a live-learn situation. Hey, next segment, real fast. Stuff I would do differently next time. Stuff I learned, stuff that I learned too late. I mentioned earlier when talking about the. Here's one thing. One thing is that I think I would try to override fewer classes. Try to have fewer, like, hierarchy of classes going on. Like in this case, I had the 8 direction state extending the state, and then the projectile and the enemy and player projectiles extending those. I do think the 8 directional state probably should have just been the basic state for this particular project, considering that basically everything, a lot of it needs it. Um, Also, of course, like I said earlier, when I originally made this, the direction was localized to the state. Direction should be on the state owner. It was just a thing where originally direction was an enum local to 8 direction state, so it kind of didn't make sense to be able to just pass it up and down until such time as I made it global. And before that, the one time I needed it, I was just like, okay, I guess 8 direction states dot direction. That's weird. It's very weird to reference a enum from an enum from a class. That feels dirty. That feels like you shouldn't be doing that. So eventually put it on global. There might be a better way to do this. I don't know. Again, I'm very new. Um, One thing I heard about relatively recently was relatively late into the project was the idea of setters and getters in Godot, where apparently you could set it up so that any variable has a automatic setter and getter method that will automatically modify additional things as you're setting or getting it, or run some complicated code, or update other related properties if you want. And that sounds really nice and clean. And by the time I was doing it, it was too late to do anything like that. If I were to do anything like that, I think I guess like doing something like the update spacing, like if ever you touch the direction, changing the animation playing would make sense. Stuff like that, stuff like that. I had already like pretty much put together other ways of doing it, which goes to show that there's multiple ways to do anything, and also once you got something working, you might as well just stick with it until the next project, which all the more reason to do shorter projects when you're starting. Just like, hey, more opportunity to like wipe the slate clean, start over. I'd also maybe try to be more clear about where things are. Like right now, I'm using a lot of places where like the health counter is also managing like dead visibility and turning the dead HUD on and the dead text on once the current value hits zero, once the rolling value hits zero, and it also plays the music and stuff. This maybe could have been handled by a death handler rather than literally the code that's on the health counter, which extends rolling counter. Really, the health counter should be a component of the death handler, something like that, you know. And certainly there were cases where, let's say, for instance, with the cranky lady code, where I ended up putting the cranky lady timer management onto the enemy spawner. Really, that's kind of none of its business. Also, there were several cases where there could be a few more cases where stuff was externalized or put into constants files more. Like in particular, the min x and min y I ended up defining on the enemy spawner, which also a couple of like various pieces of code used to determine like how far or not they should go. Like the balding eagle uses that in its flying state to figure out like when it should start turning around, when it is at the going left and right. The teleporting enemies use that to determine like, hey, where should I teleport to? Where's good? Uh, it's used by projectiles to figure out when they should despawn, and they actually have a little bit of a delay after they pass that, so that they get all the way off screen all reliably, and also so that they don't like in cases like the note, if the note like spawns, the notes can sort of spawn in a little bit of a. There's three of them. One of them can spawn low enough to be off screen, even if the other two aren't. So you sort of have to watch out for that and make sure you're only checking in the direction that it's traveling, for like whether it passes the point at which it should start to think about despawning. Some of that could be a little more better located, and I think in general there were cases where things could be better located. There was a bunch of code that I put into the state system where the state machine literally pulls out when it's starting. I don't know actually where it is, or if it's from the state owner or something, but literally the state. I don't know where the hell that code is. Oh, actually, here we go. Um, so if the child is stated, inits the child, and child.init. I think child.init on a state includes code that so the basic states, one of the things that it does is that it has a whole function where it relocates every child of the state onto the parent, onto the actual parent. So that was my way of making it so like, okay, the bat's animated sprite is on the bat. It's a child of the bat, because that just makes sense. And that means that, hey, if I ever wanted to like take this bat and put it on another character, the bat is part of it, as well as its various hitboxes that are specific to it, so that they can be used and run and stuff. They end up being like relocated up to the parent when it's actually running. Very seldomly got chance to use that. Like, I think the only other case of that is jumping on the bear and the cranky lady, who they have shadows that need to be relocated when you're jumping. So that whole complicated system to like relocate a bat and also put it into a canvas that is made so that you can flicker both the bat and the animated sprite at the same time. All that stuff ended up being used exactly one time. And, I ended up building generalized systems for naught. I do think it's a good idea to build flexible and to, like, build with the intent of, like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to want to build more. I don't know if I'm going to want to go. I accidentally clicked a thing. I will unclick a thing. I don't know if I'm going to want to go beyond what's already here. I don't know. I don't know. And it's just best and safe to work with the assumption that maybe one other change here that I would have done is that, like I was saying earlier with the state system, it when a certain states like the proximity decision state really just need to be an intermediate state. I feel like there should be half states and make it so that when you enter a state, either there's half states that have special behavior, or the enter state can return a state in case you have a state that is just like a transitory state, like proximity decision, or like I think there's some other ones like group decision on there. I feel like something like that would make a lot of sense. And honestly, like I said, the thing that I ended up returning from enter and exit turned out to be should have just been located on the state owner, on the parent anyway. So, you know, yeah. Anything else I would change? Not really. I'll say there are some systems that I'm interested in learning about. Like I did just hear about I did just see a video about, I believe, composition. Is that composition? Yes. I watched a video about composition, which basically is about like really taking advantage of the nodal system and making it so that instead of like having there be like a state owner and that state owner extending out to various other things, instead making it so that you have various components that can belong to any owner, whether they're like a 2D rigid body or a 2D character body. And it could be health, it could be movement, it could be hitboxes, and any logic that you would put on there could just be in that component. And I think what it was saying is it like would automatically load that stuff onto the parent. Not sure how that works if, on parents as diverse as like, that don't share a common ancestor at least, or, a common customizable ancestor, but that is really interesting, and I kind of want to learn about that going forward, considering that sounds like a much cleaner way to do it, and also sounds like it would get around some of the issues I found insofar as just like constantly having to look at and go like, okay, is this a bear? Am I working with a bear right now? If I'm working with a bear, do this. If I'm working with not a bear, then you don't have that bear property, so don't do the bear thing. Okay, okay. So it's been feeling a little clunky, the implementation as is, but that's a very interesting prospect. So long as it all works with code suggestion and all that, I'd be down with that. I also did just see a video about like additional features being added to like 4.7 next version of Godot, as far as like, oh, apparently there's like another new offset that allows you to do like cool kooky UI things more easily without disrupting the actual position of the object or the actual first offsets of the object. It's just like an additional transform object offset. That sounds interesting, and I liked the effects that I saw in that video. And I'm very curious to like find an opportunity to mess around with that sort of stuff. Right now I feel like where I am is like I wanna learn about this stuff, but I don't want to just do it. I want to like find opportunities to do it naturally and to solve problems relating to it. And there are clearly problems related to lots of stuff, and I've clearly found a lot of those problems and solved them with solve them as I go, whatever. And I think it's been pretty fun, pretty good. Anything less to say? The screen shake was pretty simple. You just take a hit and it goes up and down. Really, Alt, as cell. I don't really have anything to say as far as that. With the menu, I did make it so that each of the different look at this. I don't know if this is how it's good to do it, but I made it so that both of the cursor positions were just different images and they just appear and disappear accordingly. We're getting into the weeds now. I'm explaining like how the menu here works. It's pretty straightforward, pretty straightforward. You just go up and down accordingly. It works. It works. How about one final run, and then I would like to do another thing. We'll do one final run of I don't think I've said the name. This thing, never had a name back in the day, so never had that much of a name really back in the day, so I don't generally think of it as a thing with a name, but probably needs one. Earthbound Arena. Call it that. Easy. Simple, sort of gets to the heart of what it is. One more time with this, and then we'll, I got one more thing I would like to do before we finish, and that is just to show off another thing that I made, but much longer ago. Much longer ago, and go over some thoughts that I have, sort of getting back into the swing of things, and sort of like trying to do it in a way that I haven't tried to do it since, like, college, essentially. We got crows. Tons of crows, jeez. One last run, and then we'll go to the last thing, and it'll be fun and good. Hope y'all have enjoyed. I hope that this is cool and interesting. And I hope that people are going to try it once I put it on itch.io. I'm excited. I'll say, I'm not obviously I know that this is just a fun little thing. Obviously I know that, like, scope-wise, it was a high school project originally. That, well, with a lot less of the effects, of course, and far fewer enemies and polish and all that. So, like, scale-wise, I knew that this was the sort of thing that I had done in a month previously, and clearly I was able to do it in a month this time as well. We got, I think these baseball boys are up. Would it be the... Why would it be the baseball boys? Would it be the... I thought it would be the, whatever. I guess none of the code changes I made today would affect the surge code, other than to play a sound. That wouldn't, like, cause baseball boys to start appearing, surging inadvertently. That'd be weird. The surges are pretty small right now. They can be kind of hard to tell from just passive, regular spawning events. Oh, we got guitars. Very nice. We need some health. I'm also not sure about the distribution of, like, you know, the presents. Maybe I could be more generous with them, but also I feel like even now sometimes it's like you can get back up to full pretty quick, especially once things get really cranking. Once things get really going. Like this has a good ebb and flow to it, I'll say that. I think that's yeah. Been mostly making this on my laptop. I'll say, I feel like my laptop might have some issues with Godot. I've had some instability on the laptop in particular. I don't think it's instability with the game, more just like there's been a bunch of times where Godot, just the editor in general, has just randomly been crashing on my Asus ZenBook Duo, which is a very nice laptop and you know, sort of very well suited for this sort of purpose. Other than that, you know, it has 2 screens, which is not a common property of laptops. It has, it has 2 screens, and that's like the main thing it can do. That's pretty great for, you know, the purposes of doing work on it. And I got a little bit of a couch desk thing now that I can put over my lap. That's sort of supported by the couch, so it doesn't like. It's supported by the couch, so it doesn't. I'm very low. I need to focus. It's supported by the couch, so it doesn't like, No! That was... Damn it. One more run. One more run. One more run. I know I said one more, but one more on top of that. Fun and challenging. Parentheses good. Maybe I should take the high scores, the preset high scores down a notch. I feel like when I was first testing, like last week, I was more consistently getting high scores. Maybe after I did a bunch of tweaks and buffs and nerfs and all that, maybe now that the cultists are a little bit more challenging, a little bit tougher, and some enemy values have been adjusted upwards accordingly. Maybe with current balance, something more high scores in the 100 range would be appropriate, and like maybe one around 500. I have gotten up to 600 before, once. And it was fucking nuts. It was so fucking chaotic that I was like, okay, I need to do something about this. It must clearly just be spawning a whole bunch of surges all at once, and just all these surges are getting wacky and wild and oof. It's all a process, you know. For the laptop, I've been using it on my couch with a little bit of a couch desk thing that, like, makes it so that, got like two things at the side, so my legs sort of go in between it, and it sort of stands on top of that, straddling a little bit, and as a result, it's like firm. It's like not moving around. It's I'm not going to knock my laptop onto the floor, which is a good thing to not do. But at the same time, you know, Godot just has been weirdly unstable on my laptop. I need to probably ask in the Discord that they have for Godot, and ask like, hey, what's up? Is this a normal thing? Is this, should I not be using my Asus ZenBook Duo? Is Windows just really shit? Windows might be really shit. I'll say, I have been noticing on that laptop a weird amount of just like, occasionally, it'll like, Windows will just die. The File Explorer will just go blank, and it'll just choke. I feel like well, I guess maybe the laptop is weird, and 2 years old. I got it like 2 years ago. It shouldn't be weird. Got less than that even, because it ended up breaking, and I sent it back to Asus for like laptop or keyboard replacements, and it ended up getting that hole in it in the way back, and then it got fully replaced. So it's like it's just like a year and a half old, like including the just including this particular one. So there's no reason why it should be dying so much and so fucking troubled. There's no reason why it should be this much trouble, but I don't know. I would like to work from there, and then I could do things like I've been watching a lot of Disney movies, and like a lot of the time I've been working on this, I've been watching a Disney movie at the same time. So, you know, that's been just a lot of very productive nights watching, like, you know, some movies that are beloved and I've seen a million times, and other movies I've literally never seen before. Tons of movies I've never seen before. I'd never watched Frozen 2. I watched that last night. One of the last, I think there's like 2 left now. There's Wish, there's like a couple left. There's like a handful of movies left in my, Disney rewatch palooza now, but I'd love to be able to continue watching stuff from the couch as I work on the TV, and doing it in that almost 3-screen type way, but might be I'll have to do it from the computer, get it to be like more reliable, or I could just live with it. Occasionally things crash, and just save all the time to make sure I don't lose crap. I don't know. Maybe Godot 4.7 won't have this issue. Whatever the fuck, I don't know. This is it. This is the run. We're not doing another after this. This is going fan-fucking-tastic. It's going reasonably well. There's too many baseball boys. Oh, I'll say, by the way, it is true, if you don't know, there are no baseball enemies. I don't believe there's any baseball enemies in Earthbound, but, the baseball gameplay was such a good idea that I had to have it, and it's much more self-explanatory when it's baseball, when it's guys pitching baseballs at you. You kind of expect to be able to hit those back with a baseball bat, you know? Just makes sense, you know? Also, I recolored them a little bit. They were originally red hat, blue body, and that was a little too much like Ness, so I figured, okay, let's redraw a bit. Let's make them all red all the way, and I think that helps with the you know, shit like that. It helps with readability. I feel like we're getting a new record this time. I feel like this will be... The UFOs, you know, the crows and the UFOs basically have a lot of the same behavior, except the UFOs are a little bit slower and they drop all the crap. But in order to make it more balanced, I made it so that they also, you look at all this stuff, but really vulnerable to a flash. I made it so the UFOs are just so weak they die to anything. Originally, when everything could appear at any time, the idea was, to have it so that, we got Starman again. Nice, nice, nice. Originally, when anything could appear at any time, the idea was, hopefully, ideally, that all the guys are equally, roughly, equal in difficulty on some level, balanced to some degree. But, eventually realized, that's kind of futile, kind of silly, and instead went with a approach of, okay, advanced enemies, less advanced enemies. And, you know, a lot of them are kind of versions of each other. Like, you know, I think that these ladies are kind of alternatives to the boy, you know, the cultist. They sort of even have the same damage, some of the same even damage values. Oh, by the way, fun fact, you can dodge a PK freeze even if it started. It takes a second for the hitbox to become active, so, you know, just step out and, step out and you're good. Also, like, once Starman gets hit, he'll start trying to run, so, you know, just don't let it escape, basically. Whew, things are going nice. This is a great run. This is it. This is the run. We're gonna beat our high score. We're gonna get, oh god! Starman Surge, I think. I took my headset off for a second. Did it make the... I don't know if it made the, reinforcements noise. By the way, lore-wise, I know that only Starman Jr., does PK freeze. The other Starmen do lasers. There was no, I looked at the laser effects and I decided, let's just have it be, like, literally the mirror of PK Flash, you know, like the enemy version of PK Flash. Basically, I felt like that was a fun symmetry to do, to work with, to, be how it, works. I think we cleared out all the dudes. Whew. Take a breather, take a breather. All right. We've passed 200. We at least have a high score. Remind me, in an hour, lower default high scores. I'll do that. I'm gonna think about, doing one more thing. You know what, I think I'll do one more thing. I think that's a PK Starstorm that you got access to every, PK Starstorm and have it be, like, every 100 kills, 200 kills or something. Let's say 250. Let's say 250 you get, PK Starstorm. Let's say 100. Let's say 150. Tweak it. Try out. I'm gonna say 200. You get PK Starstorm, clears out everything on screen. Maybe it's time related. Maybe every 5 minutes or something. No, I don't even know like how long a run does. It's all Ooh. That's good. That's good. Good PK Flash. Feels good. I think adding a PK Starstorm would make a lot of sense. And, you know, like I said, I think it'd be good to have a little more ebb and flow. And a little bit of a save button would help a lot to adding a little bit more in the late game. You know, when things get way too chaotic, having a little bit of a breather would help a lot. That said, of course, you know, it would also have to disable surges for a second. Or maybe just delay a surge. Maybe a surge can only happen when you have, like, maximum, maximum enemy amounts. Or, you know, when you're not in a cooldown from immediately post-surge. I don't know. I mean, I do think this is ebbing and flowing. You know, so long as you're... Oh my god, look at all those decoys. Decoys all die in one. All in one, so a PK flash will eliminate all of them. Although a yo-yo will not. If you're wondering. Yeah, now at this point, like when a surge happens, basically we're killing enough to get to the next event. You know, we're killing 10 dudes at once, effectively, which means that another new enemy will spawn. Means that we're all the more closer to another surge. That's really how it escalates, really. It's just like the surges start coming more fast and furious, and a lot of the, you know, pro tip, keep an eye on that. Watch out for the cars! Watch out for surges. You know what? In the late game, they can be fairly obvious sometimes. When just a whole bunch of cars come at you at once, it's fairly obvious. That said, that's weird. Thought that... Why would... I'm not... It almost seems like it's surging enemies that are not being removed, but are the opposite of being removed. That's... What? It's weird. Not quite sure what the deal is with that, but whatever, it works. And it's, you know, you don't need to understand what's underlying happened. Well, actually, you know what? Around this point, I guess I'll say around this point, we should be getting to the point where there's enough enemies in play at one time, where basically they're all in play, and when one leaves, it'll only leave for so long. To say that, there's a bunch of enemies that aren't here right now. Part of me kind of wants to audit all this and go like, is it working right? I need to wander around and get my presents. Because things are starting to get nuts. We got into 400. I think this is the best we've done this stream. Fuck! 402. Actually, I think we got to 420 last time. But it is a new record. I am happy with it. We didn't get to the point where where all enemies are in play. But it's still pretty nice. Y'all want to see what it looks like when all enemies are in play? I can do a thing where I do starting count. Let's debug, just show what it looks like at 450 when all enemies are in play. Let me say, when you set it, when you set a starting one, it's playing the sound. I didn't, whatever, it's a debug feature. That's fine. Play the sound as many times as you like. Okay, now it's caught up, and, well, the enemies defeated thing hasn't quite caught up, but that's just because the limit to how fast that rolling counter can roll. Now, I believe all enemies are in play. What does that look like? 12 enemies, and a enemy max, probably around like 10 or something. I mean, I guess the thing is right now, not every enemy can be in play. So we are still limited insofar as, that goes. I will say, at this point, the surges do decrease a little bit. They are every 50 at this point, and, no longer does it remove and add enemies on the regular. Just everything's in play from here on out, and, honestly, I think this is sufficiently nuts where you don't need to necessarily have as many surges. Previously, it'd be a surge like 4 times every 100. And at this point, it's, once every 100. Maybe 50 would be right. Maybe 50 would be right. Or maybe it is 50. I can't remember. It might be 50. I think it's 50. Because that's when the surges go up anyway. Go up in size. Wow, that went that went fast. It's tough. It's tough. And as you can see, clearly. Okay, I didn't test this. It's a debug feature, so it's allowed to break. It's a debug feature, it's allowed to break. Let's just hit stop. And, yeah. Get that out of there. Also, you can't set a record with just spawning a single unit. I will say, final thoughts, final things that I thought about doing. Two last things. I did think about there being multiple modes. And having, like, one mode where the enemies were preset order, and another where maybe it was just, like, groups of one enemy at a time. But eventually I figured, like, this seems like the most fun way to go. You just constantly get, like, different arrangements of dudes. And, it'd be less fun if it was just the same dudes again and again and again and again. Right. Yes. One last thing here. One last thing before we end, which is that I would like to, real quick, like, launch something cool that project from college. And this is the last thing I worked on before, game-wise. Last thing that I worked on as far as games go, from around 2012, December of 2012, I spent a month making this thing in Unity as an independent study. So this is like the extent of my previous experience with games and games engines. Literally just 13 years ago, I made a project, and I think you'll see as we get into it, there is clearly some shared DNA here. Also, I'm not sure. I think some of these are broken. Let's just set it to here and be safe. Also, can I get some music going? How's that? Get some music going, because there was no sounds. Let's do it. This was a project I made. This was a project I made back in, is that music good? That music might be a little loud. Hang on, let me check some things. One second. Oh, can you even hear it? I don't think y'all can hear that. Can you hear the Wii Shop music? Let me, shit, has sound effects been broken from the Stream Deck for a while? What about when I do the instant refresh? Has the 1-up sound effect been working? That'd be a bummer if not. I didn't notice that broke. 1 second, let me throw to a break real fast. I'm gonna come back and we'll do we'll talk through this thing and I'll show you what it was. Okay, does this work now? Let me see. Looks like it works, yeah. I'll just wait, no, it doesn't work via that. It works through the MISC monitor capture. Seems like it might be a little hot. Is it a little hot? Little hot. Little hot. 1 more second. Okay, now how's that? Is it different? I don't know if it seems different. I'll just drop it. And it shouldn't be touching the MISC monitor capture, since a lot of things use that for their audio output. But let's just be quick here. I'll fix that later. How are we feeling about this? Okay? Okay. Okay, one last thing for tonight. This is the last time I made something using a game engine. Really, the last time I made any sort of gaming anything. And this was over 12 years ago, December 2012. I did it as an independent study, and it doesn't have sound, so I'm playing some music. And really, could have been playing music during all the programming bits. Also, it doesn't support a controller, so I'm using a keyboard. It uses the arrow keys, funnily enough. That was kind of a silly way to do it, but made sense to me. And also, this was just a little bit of a project that I never released anywhere, so whatever. Let's have a look. I called it Mission ID 2700, and the idea was it was like a world of robots wherein some sort of combination of like defunct technology and carcasses have been like doing some business. And you can sort of see, I don't think this is running at the correct speed. I feel like this is way too fucking fast. Hang on a second. I will say, this thing seems like it is a bit, weird insofar as, you know, this is like a Unity project from like 10 plus years ago. I think if you play it at certain qualities, it will just run as fast as it can, basically. I don't know how that works, and, really, it's too janky, I think, to release, so I'm just gonna show it off, though. Whatever. This isn't out of control fast, though I think this is faster than it would have been at the time. Fuck it. One second. I swear I had this running okay at a reasonable speed. Let me see. Make it simple? Make it big. Make it fantastic. Will that work? At some settings, if you set it some ways, it just like goes out of control. This is probably as close as we're getting. Okay, let's do it. You might notice some shared DNA between this and the you know, the high school project, because clearly very much of a breed, right? Just like arena shooters, arena combat games where there's like a set amount of enemies and you have a melee and a ranged attack. This one is different insofar as one, it uses 3D and 3D and with a low poly aesthetic with sort of a Tron type thing, and also like a almost faux Tron type look, and also it has flanking where like you hold the button down to like aim in a direction and maintain that aim. Also, there's like it takes some time to reload, and between levels it tells you like it tells you some details about like, oh, it's a charger. That's sort of a zombie robot turtle is basically the idea, and I put some pseudocode in there to like, you know, go with the whole aesthetic. This is clearly running way too fast, but whatever. I'll deal with it. These guys are, they fire when they line up with you, and otherwise wander. Kind of similar to some of the enemies, and again, some definite shared DNA in between this and the high school one and the more modern remake of therein. And sort of what I want to talk about this, you know, like I said, this was something I made back in college as an independent study. I'll say I thought that this turned out all right, for sure. This turned out okay, and I learned a bit or whatever about like how to do all this shit. But honestly, at the time, I'll say, like, I kind of walked away discouraged You know, the thing I remember thinking most clearly, most vividly, was the fact that game jams exist, basically, in so many words. Like, I took a month to make something this simple and rudimentary and whatever, and there are people out there who can make something at least as good as this in like a weekend, in like no time at all. Again, this is running way too fast because Unity is weird, and 10-year-old, 15-year-old Unity, it turns out, I don't know, it worked at the time, I'll say that much, on the computers we had back then. I will say, I do feel like, you know, since then I've done a lot of, I've been in professional engineering professionally. I know that things take time now, maybe more acutely, and also just insofar as, like, I've done a lot of Mario making, and I know for a fact that, like, that shit takes time. It takes time to make Mario, and, I'll just, This is hard at, like, double speed, it turns out. This is clearly not how it's supposed to run. How about, let me restart this. Let me restart this again. I swear I had this running at a good speed. I don't remember the settings the other day when I tested this real fast. But, yeah. How about if I put it on fastest? What happens? Okay, if I put it on fastest, it's clearly too fast, and also I clipped out. So, yeah, it's definitely not fastest. That's definitely not what I want. How about a large resolution and beautiful? I must have already tried beautiful, right? It's been what I tried last time. Unity is, this thing runs weird. Again, I'll say it ran fine at the time. It probably would be too much effort to upgrade it and all that. What if what if simple? What if not windowed? What if full screen? Oh, it chose the wrong screen. And also, it's totally too fast. And also, I can't, close window. The window capture gets confused by that. Man, I don't know how I got this working properly last time. How about simple on the default resolution? Simple on the default resolution. Nope. I swear to you, this was working. Alright, well. Good? These obviously go up, right? Like, beautiful is above fantastic is above good. What about this? Up! I think this is more like it. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Sorry for the trouble. This shit is weird. I do feel like I came out of this feeling pretty discouraged, and like 12 years later, I know that things take time, you know? I know that, here we go. This is definitely running at the correct speed now, and I can now properly strafe and like, deal with these guys in a more, reasonable way. Oh, and there's, like, tutorial text at the bottom sometimes. Yeah, now these guys are not so, rowdy, wild. they are still difficult. Not a super easy game. I'll say this is not. I do think that my more recent project is a lot better than this one was. I'll say that much, but I do think that, you know, obviously there's always a learning curve with shit like this. There's always a learning curve to trying something for the first time, and also things take the time things take, you know? Like, I definitely walked away from this feeling discouraged because game jams get things done real fast, but most game development is real slow. Most game development is real slow, and I shouldn't have been too intimidated by that. I should have just, you know... really, what I should have done, and what I feel like I regret not having done in college, when I had nothing but free time, was do a game jam or two. Get involved in that, and get that sort of... cut the teeth that way. You know, on something quick and dirty and over quick. You know, just doing this as the only thing I did over the course of college, pretty much, other than, you know, the odd project here or there, the odd other project here or there, none of which also, none of others survive, other than this. I feel like just left me with a bad taste, and also, you know, I'll say insofar as, like, I haven't minded the last few years, you know, last 12 years of, like, boring office-type work, you know. I'll say, like, as far as big companies go, they tend to be a little bit more... Game companies tend to be a little bit more... This is definitely still kind of a little fast, maybe. I don't know. These guys, like, track you once they get you in their sight. They sort of, like, go left or right, depending. I think it's a cool behavior. Cool type of projectile enemy. And also they wander, like some of the other ones from the other thing that I was showing off earlier. Shit. I feel like I should have been more encouraged, and I now know that, like, things take time. Pretty much everything in development, in gaming, in any sort of software development is hard and takes iteration and takes time. And especially, like, gameplay-wise, you know, I'll say, like, it's not development, you know, boring corporate development that's taught me that, but just, like, a whole bunch of Mario Maker. You know, I could take a while to make a level in Mario Maker. It can take me months to find the right combination of ideas that shine and really work, you know? So, like, a month to make a game with, like, you know, 8 enemies in it, 10 enemies in it. It's like, yeah, that's reasonable, man. That's pretty, that's fair. You know, and it's just a proof of concept, just like a, you know, starting point. Well, of course. You gotta start somewhere, though. And, if I could say anything to myself from 12 years ago, it's like, yeah, don't be discouraged. You did good work. This is good. It's a good start. You gotta start somewhere. And, you know, when I made the thing in high school, I felt the exact opposite way, you know? I felt like, oh my god, I can do this, you know? I made something cool. That was the feeling, you know... That was a good feeling. I feel like I came out of this feeling defeated. And, you know, conversely, with this new one, with this, new one in Godot, I come out, and, you know, that I've been showing the previous couple hours, I came out a whole lot less defeated, and a whole lot more, positive, a whole lot more, optimistic, a whole lot more, damn it. They sometimes spawn random health. I feel like I've come out of this feeling a whole lot more optimistic, a whole lot more, positive, and, I'm really looking forward to where this is going. You know, the future. I'll say, in general, these guys, you really have to take care of them. The purple octopuses, they're a real nuisance. I'll say, you know, I do think that, in retrospect, I don't mind having worked corporate for 12 years. And I do think that, like, you know, overall, like, big software, big game companies, like, are a lot more bad on work-life balance compared to your average big, sleepy giant. But, you know, in the corporate space, whatever the fuck. But I also think that, to the point where, like, honestly, like, as I start figuring out Godot, I'm not necessarily here thinking, like, oh, you know, I want to go over to, you know, down, you know, I live in Plano, where Gearbox is. I'm not necessarily thinking, like, oh, you know, I want to go get a job at Gearbox. That's not what I'm thinking at all, because, like, no, that seems like it's not the best, place to work. And I would like a good place to work. Moreover, I feel like right now, there aren't that many good places to work. Things are getting really bad out there, and when it comes down to it, like, the only place that's stable and will never lay you off is the place that you make yourself, with fellow dudes, with, you know, like-minded individuals. I feel like that's the way to go, and those people who are already making it independently out there, you know, I salute them. I think that they're doing amazing shit, you know? And I just hope to, be able to make something cool enough for people where, like, I can, you know, fucking turn that into something. And also, like, between this and streaming in general, you know, between the two things, right? Game development and being a streamer, it's like, in both cases, it is very much like, what's the word, impossible? A lottery? 1 in a million? But here's the thing I'll say, which is that, right now, getting a regular job, also like winning the lottery. Also very lottery coded, you know? Like, right now, if you want, like, just a regular-ass, normal, boring job, just have to work for it for a year. And also, you know, get really, 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 really lucky and get through, like, a million layers of AIs trying to throw out your shit. All that to say, if chasing a dream and getting a normal, boring-ass job that you might get laid off from in 2 years, is the same level of difficulty, it's like, why not live a little? Why not live a little? Why not? I'm really low, so I need to, probably focus on killing one of them. Then, carefully, bang, there we go. Oh, and there's the player character. That's what the player character looks like, if you were wondering, from, like, another perspective. This one is more level-based insofar as it's, like, set arrangements of dudes versus, like, random ones. But it does have the same idea insofar as, like, mixing up the, arrangements is, fun, as the more recent version of the, of Earthbound Arena, as I, mentioned I was calling it earlier on. There's just a couple more levels. We'll get through them. I'm trying my best here, y'all. Please, excuse my lack of skill. The homing ones are the big trouble. These guys only home, like, once they have an orthogonal direction. A lot of things in this game have, like, are based on orthogonals, you know, if they line up, orthogonally. I like it when games do that. I like it when projectiles only go along straight lines. I like having to line up in that way. Generally, I would say I personally prefer that to, like, you know, Metroid Dread, for instance, where you can just aim in any direction. That said, I think Metroid Dread is better than like any of the 2D Metroid games where, you know, you can't, where you have to do it that way, you know? So, you know, whether or not I like any particular thing more is, doesn't mean that it's better in all cases, you know? I'll say that much. I feel like some of these levels are just faster as well. A good lucky health will help a lot. The bullets are stronger than the melee attack, but the melee attack stuns and can really do a little bit of crowd control. I'll say, like, this could be better. I'll say that much. You know, but again, you gotta start somewhere. And also, like, I do think, you know, I'll say, like, I've mentioned before that I'm not much of an artist. I'm not much for, I don't know how to 3D model, really. I don't know how to make things from scratch. I mean, I've managed a little bit in things like the yo-yo and the, for things such as the yo-yo in that one, in the thing I've been showing off. But, like, mostly I don't know how to do it. And that's, like, a problem. But also, I'll say, there are ways to get around that. There's ways to, overcome that, you know? There is such a thing as art from adversity. And you can do some stupid shit like this to get around a lack of, you know, you can make some crappy looking models and just make it like, it's part of the effect. It's supposed to look crappy looking. It's supposed to look, a little bit, jank. It's like Tronish. It's like Tronish. Little bit. It's good enough for what it needs to be. That said, of course, I do think that such a style really does limit you insofar as, like, what you can do and what you can make. Honestly, ideally, I think I'd rather find people who could complement my skills. And, you know, like I have a lot of, I played a lot of Mario Maker, so I know how to make a level, at least a 2D level. I don't know about any other type of level. And, you know, lots of engineering experience, so I can script, like I can handle the engineering part of it pretty okay, pretty good. Eesh. Not using the strafe function enough. That function is pretty good for, like, being able to, go around and keep your aim right where it needs to be as you, like, move across. Do things like this. Like, do a strafing run. Even good for the melee, like meleeing as retreating, while retreating. I think that the one of the level, I think we're almost at the end. So yeah, final thoughts here. I feel like I came out of this feeling pretty defeated, and in retrospect, you know, I think I did a good job for what it was. And, like, really, I feel like the world... One thing I really feel, like, looking back, looking at it now, is that the world has really changed since I made this, and also the original Earthbound Arena project, which, you know, like I said, it was lost to time. I can't show you. Unless it's on a hard drive that I don't know how to access because I don't have a version of Windows that can access it. It might be on that hard drive, I don't know. But, who can say? It also could be a matter of I tested it on the laptop that I had at the time, and, you know, the laptop was of limited power. Maybe that was the issue more than anything. Probably was just calibrated for that laptop. Something stupid like that. Mistakes were made, I suppose. I feel like things have changed a lot since I was a kid. Since I made this, since the high school one and this one from college, you know. Nowadays, when you make something cool like this, it's very easy to show it off. You know, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on YouTube, on Twitch, on anything, on TikTok, etc., you name it. Back then, you know, when I first made the first Earthbound one, it was like 2008. YouTube was brand new, and like, fucking, I don't even know if there were ways to like just capture a screen and put it on YouTube at that point. You know, I think at that point, if you wanted to do YouTube stuff, I mean, I think I did do some sort of dumbass video project for school, but it was like cameras. It wasn't like screen capturing. I don't know, that scene was very mature at that time. Nor would I have thought to have just like been like, hey, this is something I've been making for high school. You know, check it out. It's just a Java for loop, but it's all this. You know, and this is obviously Unity, so, you know, it's not quite as impressive. It's not quite as much as a reach. This is as much advantage as you could have had at the time, you know, coming from a position of strength. And by the way, all the function keys are arrow keys in this. This is a silly way to do it, but I think I was getting around, like, was there, like, input limitation? You know, there's definitely, like, some cases where there's, like, you can only input, like, certain keys at certain times. That might apply in some cases, or it might apply, like, way back then. I forget. This could really use, like, an AoE attack, other than the melee. That's what this could use. Also, the speed is all wrong. Again, note, speed all wrong, speed all wrong. Jank. Focus on staying back. Use strategy and skill. Okay, I got it. Oh, I might not got it. These guys are a little bit tough. I think there's one more level. Oh god. This gotta be the last. Gotta deal with one of these guys, who are tough enough already. As well as the bees, who are swarming in problems, and... You know what? Instead of starting with that, I'll start with this. You know, I gotta start with the octopus. I can't dodge that shit. Okay, I can knock it to the side. Knocking it to the side is the answer. And then I can... Goofy. Definitely goofy. You can also use bullets to kill it faster. Once. Bullet. Oh. Ah. It also goes to show that, like, even, like, 2012, like, when this was done, you know, I didn't think to release it. I didn't think to do anything with it. Like, you know, even then, Twitter was, like, a big thing. And, you know, I didn't think, like, okay, let's show off the stuff I've made. That didn't seem like, that productive of an endeavor. I wonder if I did. I wonder if there was ever a blog on this, on, like, Giant Bomb or something. I was blogging at that point a little bit. Sometimes writing a little bit of a blog entry with a little bit of an editorial bent to it. Come on. Ah! Need to remember to reload. Get some bullets back going. Okay, almost got it. Definitely too difficult. Definitely too difficult. But again, I'll say I think this is running at a faster speed than it originally was intended to. Again, my fault. But, you know, what could I have done at the time? I could have tried it on better hardware. I probably was just limited. Or maybe Unity was weird. Who could say? I'll say I've heard enough bad things about Unity where it would not be my first choice. I'm glad Godot exists, and I'll say I think Godot seems pretty cool insofar as, like, all its cool options. I don't know, like, how many of those things, like, also all the other ones have. You know, like exporting and, you know, the nodal structure of Godot, I think is, like, a big part of, like, what Godot brings to the table. I guess you always start looking to the side. Is that right? You should start looking in the previous direction you were looking. But, hey, you know, that's, damn fucking guys. Ooh. Ah! Knock it back. I wonder if this is getting faster the longer we run it for. What are you going to do? I don't know. I'm going to try just meleeing incessantly. That mostly worked. The pink bullets can collide into each other, which I do think is weird in retrospect, but whatever. Ah, shit. Ooh. My fingers are hurting. It's not a good sign. I'm mashing too much. Oh, if I could have gotten that health, we'd be done. Well, maybe. Also would help to kill more of these guys. They all die in one bullet. I can land some bullets on them, the buzzy buzzies. I don't remember what the UX said what they were called. It doesn't really matter. Okay. Oh, hang on. I looked to the side and used a little bit of strafing strategy. That really took care of the bees like no one's business. Okay, I think this is the strategy. Now we just gotta... Fuck. Alright, I have 8 health to deal with 2 of these. Shit! Okay. I'm getting it. Additional health pickups will help a lot whenever they drop. I need to remember that I can reload. Another button. Oh, I have 1 health. This guy's almost dead. Let's just carefully... This guy is not almost dead, but, you know, Only takes 2 hits. Level clear. Okay, this gotta be last level, right? This one, at least, is full of enemies that you can, like, just like, melee away with. Oh, this one's easy. This one's easy. Relatively. Relatively. These guys are beefy boys. They're tanky. They take a lot of hits. I think one of them just fell through the I think if one of them just disappears, that's a sign of someone clipped. That's not good. And that's like a if like we can't kill them, we can't kill them. So we probably want to die just to be safe. Be a shame if I forget if I could just restart with a button. I don't think I had that in there. It might be a thing where, like, with the everyone moving too fast, they can move fast enough to clip through. That might be a problem that was not around at the time. I don't know. Hard to say. Just melee, just melee, just melee. Eventually that kills these guys. It's faster to kill them with bullets. Melee will do the trick eventually. Now this gotta be the last. Look how many octopuses there are. Bash them all up. Put some bullets into them. All up. Bullet, bullet, bullet. Some health. Nice. Reload. And kill. Oh, that's a fun model that didn't make it into the game. I forget what the deal was with those guys. I guess that the idea was just like, those are the guys who made everything. Oh, and look, this level has a little bit of everything. Speaking of a little bit of everything, that has to be the final one, right? Just a little bit of everything. I think there was an earlier level that had, like, one of everything. This has 2 copies of a few. We can take the bees. We can take... No, we can't. Do a bullet as well. I will say, I did test this before the stream. I might have done it on different settings where it worked better. I will say I did beat every level off stream just to see, like, okay, it's all in there. It ends. It has an ending. There are a finite number of levels to see. Pretty cool for what it is. I don't know. I do wish the original. I do wish the original of the Earthbound ideas was still around. But I'm happy that this is still here, even if it like you know, in retrospect, my best work is ahead of me. I mean, that's always true, you know? Best work is definitely ahead. It would be surprising if the best work you ever done, or would ever do, would be at the end of college, you know? One random December. I did it all during December, by the way. It was like a, you know, sort of like over the holiday break is when I specifically hunkered down and did it. So maybe it was like a couple weeks. Maybe it was like a little longer, a little shorter. We almost got it. Come on. Okay, it's just down to the guys. Oh, fuck. Who shoots when they line up with you. So we can... Not the most precise, it's pretty slippery. Especially with the speed being clearly all wrong. Pretty slippery. Slippery devil of a game. Got some health pickups, but it wasn't enough. This is... Okay, I think this could be it. I think a lot of things do multiple damage, but like all the spray stuff, that's just one per... We did it, I think. Ah, we pushed someone through a wall at the last second. This was the last level, though. Okay. That's gonna do it then for this whole thing. A fun idea. Pretty sure that was the last level. There's like a final screen that's like, oh, you did it. Quit the game now. It does not have a pause menu, an ability to reset a level, etc. That's all fine. Blah. Okay, hope y'all enjoyed that final little trip down memory lane with the only surviving game that I made way back when. The only surviving old game. I'll also say I have right here, let me see. Here we go. I have, the document I used for the Earthbound thing. You want to see the Earthbound document? Also, hey, here's the basics, here's pro tips, and a description of all the enemies. I should have showed this up top when I was going through the enemies and talking about the basic gameplay of the Earthbound Arena thing that I made. But, yeah, you know, basically did things one step at a time. As far as things I could do better, one of the things would definitely have to be, like, try to split things up into discrete chunks, try to be a little more regimented, maybe even, I mean, I don't know if I need, as a personal solo dude, need to go by any sort of agile sprint-based system, or if I just like, no, just break it out into things to do, and do the things. And then can keep on doing the things until it's done, incrementally, step by step, thing by thing. Write down things you want to do, and then when you have time, do them. I don't know. It's all very new. It's all very different from working for a big company. And I'll say, a lot more satisfying. I feel like I've had a lot more problems to solve, a lot more finicky systems to put together, and I'm happy. I'm happy with all that. Final thoughts about the Earthbound. It's really nice. It's really good. I think I would like to, I'll just run it real fast. Turn back on my controller. I think I should add PK Storm, Starstorm, PK Starstorm as like a super move that you have like access to every such and such kills, 100, 200 kills or so. I feel like that would be a good idea, and would probably help with the pacing and the getting overwhelmed, the overwhelmed feeling that you get when you play into the late game here. But as is, I'm really happy with how it turned out, and I hope that people will check it out and give it a go. This is much better than the other one I was playing. My newer work turns out is a lot better than the older work. I'd be curious to see how the high school one compares. You know, I bet it was really impressive for high school, but I bet I didn't like consider things like, you know, obviously there wasn't really, you know, it was a different era back then. Just connecting a controller to a PC was not something that people did, you know. Here come a bunch of those dudes. I think it turned out lovely. I think it has a lot more fun and like ebb and flow and, you know, manages its variety better than the original back then. And additionally, it just has probably an order of magnitude more to it. Probably like a whole order of magnitude, really, of you know, I think the original had like 3 enemies, and no screen shake, no special effect on dying. I don't think it even had sound effects, you know. Maybe it had music, that's it. I'm real proud of this, and, happy with how it turned out. I will say, though, all told, you know, it's very clearly a thing that you can make in a month. You know, it's very clearly a thing that you can make in a month. It doesn't have to deal with collision. It is just like an arcade game. You know, that's sort of what it is. An arcade game, and that's it. It doesn't get more complicated. It's not level-based. The original idea, I guess, I'll say, in high school, one of the ideas I had originally for, like, where it would go, and I never got this far, would be it being level-based, and, like, at the end of the level, the Runaway 5 would pick you up and bring you to the next level. That's, it's better to just have a random ebb and flow of enemies, I think. And, even if it would be cool if the Runaway 5 van drove across the screen and the music played, and it would be, quite, neat. Even if that's all true, I think that this is definitely the best possible version of this it could have been. I think that this is about the scope it needs to be. I think this is enough enemies where you can learn all their patterns and get used to them, and know which ones that you have to be afraid of, and which ones you can go, okay, well, I'm just gonna deal with those when it's convenient. The cranky ladies, you can deal with those when it's convenient. Guitars and other projectile throwers, target, focus fire, get in on they asses. So yeah, that's it, that's all. I'll be uploading this on itch.io, I think. I think itch.io, I think chat was telling me itch.io is for fan games and it's cool and kosher and, you know, pretty normal to do. Hope. I'll check and see if there's any Earthbound stuff already on there, or other Nintendo properties, and if so, I will feel 100% safe. Otherwise, y'all just tell me, am I safe, am I good? Let me know, and it'll be up pretty soon. I think I will implement PK Starstorm as one last thing, and then, yeah, it's done, and I'll be moving on to the next project, very soon. Very soon. No reason to end right now while we're in the middle of one last run and final thoughts. This turned into one last run of this, plus final thoughts. I would definitely like to, next time and in the future, I'll say, like, I think I would definitely rather, personally, do more stuff with my own resources without necessarily music and graphics and sound and effects from a specific game. I feel like it's definitely more interesting if I'm all coming up with it from scratch. And that said, of course, I have to deal with my limitations, you know, my art deficits. I have to deal with all that. And while art from adversity, you can definitely do that. I definitely am somewhat concerned about how that's all going to work and all that, how that's all going to pan out. And I'll say, doing this Earthbound project and being constrained to the graphics of Earthbound also presented some problems that were specific to Earthbound stuff and some obvious things like the shader, like the rolling timer, like the screen shake. Obviously, screen shake is good no matter who you are, no matter what your game is, but it's often very good. Not necessarily a thing specific to Earthbound by any means, but you know what I mean. Like I don't know if I would have done that like with such high priority had it not been for Earthbound being the thing I was building. You know, it just felt right, just felt good, and to implement all those things and interesting problems to solve. I'll say, I would love it if this could be my life going forward, even after job market recovers. But we'll see what happens. I'll be building some cool new things going forward, some more projects, and I'll show them off. And I'll say I'm hoping they will be more ambitious and probably also more proofs of concepts rather than more proofs of concepts going forward rather than full things ready to release. I would imagine, I would guess. I mean, if I have to make everything from scratch, like you better believe, like I can't do that. That's a real. If I had to make all the assets from scratch, that would have been too much. I think for a month project. I don't know how. Again, I don't know how game jams do it. Maybe I should join a game jam. Maybe I should find some collaborators somewhere. Um, Lots of ideas, lots of thoughts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Let's go ahead and end this. Um, I will say it is a pretty auspicious week, not just insofar as I'm releasing my first Godot project and gonna put it up pretty soon, but also next Sunday is my birthday, so there's a birthday stream on Sunday. Um, Tomorrow there's viewer levels. There's Mario Maker 2 viewer levels as usually on on Fridays. The next two viewer levels will be on Thursday instead because of games coming out that will push the that will take priority, like Mina the Hollower and Bubsy 4D, which you can also see on the schedule there, Bubsy 4D. But the viewer levels will return to Friday thereafter, excepting whenever I go to Cedar Point. I'd like to go to Cedar Point this summer. It'll be sometime soon. You can see all of that, of course, on the. That's not it. On the calendar. You can see all that on the calendar there. You can see that today was the Godot stream. Tomorrow is Mario Maker. Sunday is whatchamacallit is the Ocarina of Time plus Majora's Mask combo randomizer birthday stream. That has an active sub goal in progress, by the way, on the Twitch side, though other contributions I will be counting towards that. In particular, the sub goals are as follows. There's an N6, a Donkey Kong 64 any percent playthrough locked in at 10. There's a grow home, grow up doubleheader locked in at 20. That's one stream, two games. That's what that means. At 30 subs, the next time I do Wind Waker, which I want to do next month, by the way, Wind Waker randomizer, I'll do it with max settings. I've never done that for any randomizer, let alone Wind Waker. At 40 subs, Sonic 06, full playthrough. Next playthrough instead of Toy Story 2. And at 50, the Donkey Kong 64 playthrough that happens whenever it goes up on NSO will be 101%. And that seems like hell, but and is full of a couple of bananas that I've never had any hopes of ever getting. But I think that'd be fun to lock in if y'all want to do that many. I'd happily avoid like Beetle and the one where you have to race the little hover carts, the little hovercrafts, and also I never liked the one where you're slot car racing. I never liked that banana. Those all are still up for grabs next two streams until Sunday. Any contribution will count towards them. We're partway towards the first one now, partway towards the first one, and regardless of what's going on with my life, I'll be happy no matter how many of those get hit. That's why they're incremental, to make it a little bit so we're good no matter how many get in, no matter how many we do. Right then. Anyway, like I was saying, I'll see you tomorrow for Mario Maker 2 viewer levels. I'll see you on Sunday for Ocarina of Time plus Majora's Mask combo randomizer with a bent towards Majora's Mask. Only the Spirit Temple is in logic in Ocarina. Only the Spirit Temple, and that's it. No other checks. None whatsoever. Should be a fun balance of the two games, I think. Just one dungeon's worth of Ocarina and the rest Majora's Mask. I think that's the correct balance, personally. And it's my birthday, so I can do what I want. Next week, also we'll have viewer levels on Thursday. Also, Bubsy, the following week, we'll start Toy Story 2 or Sonic, depending, maybe. And also check out Double O 007, First Light, and Mina the Hollower. Whew, it's gonna be a fun couple of weeks. I'll also start work on my next thing, I suppose. Let me send the Twitch people somewhere. Let me see who's going. I'll send you to Giant Bomb, I think, who's doing who is still doing their Donkey Kong 64 subathon. Let me see. Let me see. I can send you over right now. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Raid. Let me see if I can do that right here. Mike Minotti's been playing through Donkey Kong 64. I'll say, as far as those goals go, I have seen Mike Minotti beat Beetle in Crystal Caves within like an hour or two, which kind of surprised me. I've never been able to beat that fucker. Seeing him beat it, though, makes me think like maybe it's not impossible. Maybe if we do 101% Donkey Kong 64, maybe we won't just have an entire stream of Beetle Crystal Caves, but we'll see. I'm gonna send you over there, I think. Yep, good. Can raid. Sometimes there's settings that prevent that. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. And then on Sunday for the birthday stream, give your love to the VOD and also to the short form content, if you please. I will see y'all tomorrow and various other times in the future. Good night, y'all. Take it easy. Bye.